Check one. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Bonjour. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention at this time. Bonjour, bonjour. Back home, where I come from, a small community, Nagachunan, we say bonjour to acknowledge. We say anin, what's up? We also say minowa se. One of the elders that shared with me minowa se, it acknowledges the day that we're here together. It's the sunrise, the sunset, the sunrise that comes in. It welcomes us, it nurtures us, it shows us that love, that warmth, that compassion. So today I say minowa se to each and every one of you. And I say miigwech, thank you for joining us here today to learn, to celebrate, to honor one another in what we do here as people, as human beings. Today, I also like to acknowledge my name, my clan, and my family. Bonjour mena, pita shenen indigo, manito benaska indigo, ogechita indigo, bonjour ne do tem, negachunan donji, nebejigo mateo. My name is Gary Smith. I come from a little community way over yonder, and back home we also don't point. It's rude to point. So we live way over there, that far. So today, where do you guys live? Show me. Where do you live? Huh? Where? Show me, where do you live? Come on. Come on. Where do you live? That guy over there, it looks like he lives far. Come on. So today, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have that opportunity to laugh and visit and have fun and learn about one another. Last night, man, oh man, did we ever have fun. We had lots of laughter and lots of visiting. I got a chance to meet a lot of people from all over the place. Today, we want to acknowledge our spirits. You know, each of us carry a spirit. And today, we are presented with sema, tobacco. You know, that tobacco offering is to show respect. Today, I'm going to ask you very kindly, you know, to show respect to our leaders, to show respect to our elders, our ceremonies and our ways, and to each other. You know, when people speak, we listen. You know, and that's how we learn. We keep an open mind and an open heart. And if we listen hard enough, we will learn something from everybody. So I'd like to welcome each and every one of you. I'd like to welcome also the people that are online. We have lots of people are online, so make sure you don't pick your nose. So ladies and gentlemen, before we get started with our presentations, we have an elder here that joined us that has also been presented with sema. We'd like to acknowledge the drum, the sacred items here, as we invite Daniel Secord to take us through our opening ceremony. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Ani bonjour. Ani kinawea, sine nene Indigenous makwan dodam, Mississauga ndau, Anishinaabe ndau, mioma onjabawan, mioma migazi wa sanunk, Pishiniganing ash kwasing in zibing in donjaba, makwan dodem, Mississauga ndau, Anishinaabe ndau, Kidanmikum, Kinwea. So I can say welcome to everybody. My name is Daniel Secord, or Sine Nene, between Stoneman in my language, and of the Bear Clan, Bear Dodem. I'm from the Mississaugas of Credit First Nation. So I'll explain a little bit about who we are. In our own lands, we have to continually introduce ourselves, but that's what it is. My community, being Indigenous to these lands right here, our present First Nation is not in Toronto. It's outside of the community now. And some other communities are on the north side and we're on the south side, and some are further north. But my community is called Pushiniganing, Ashkwasing, and Zibing. So you may be familiar with the Mississaugas of Credit First Nation and the Six Nations Reserve. Well, that's the name of the land. So where the Grand River is, where the water, where that waterway is, and the land's on either side of it, that big long piece of land, which is called Mississauga Treaty 3. But not Treaty 3 as in post-Confederation, but pre-Confederation, Mississauga Treaty 3. So that's where we are currently. So when I may have introduced myself and explained in the language Kashiniganing, this is the community where I'm from currently. Our people in Mississaugas, you may have heard of the city Mississauga. So in the language, Anishinaabe, it talks about the name of the geography. So where the river flows into the lake, the river mouth, the outlet. So Mississauga, Mississauga are we're the people who live at those major river mouths. So to other Anishinaabe people such as Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi, Menominee, and so forth, we introduce ourselves in that way. We're indigenous to these lands here. 1805, this area is pre-Confederation Treaty 13, is what they call a Toronto Purchase in modern times, but it's Treaty 3. And this land, we have a lot of different names for this land. So part of ourselves, our connection to the land, we talk about the place names and the things of this land. We call this place Megezi Wa Sinong, which is the whole greater Toronto region is the place of the bald eagle. We have a lot of long history of thousands and thousands of years here amongst ourselves with Indigenous peoples prior to the coming of non-Indigenous people to America or to Canada. The different peoples that share this area, the Haudenosaunee and the Huron-Wyandot peoples and the Anishinaabeg. We had a lot of our own things as nations, like our own histories. So when peace was made between these groups with us, the Anishinaabe, the largest clan in this area was the bald eagle. So that's why this place is called the place of the bald eagle. In other areas in Ontario have different names as well, like up by Shanyang, Lake Simcoe and Georgian Bay is place of the caribou. When you go further up around the lake here, up to Kingston and when you go towards Quebec and New York is place of the beaver. When you go up to North Shore, Manitoulin Island is place of the fish. Sault Ste. Marie, there isn't one particular totem, but it was a council fireplace. But it was 5 regions of Ontario. The Anishinaabe know this area as. We call this place not Toronto, we call it Chequajiking. You may hear other Mississauga people call it Chequajiking or Gitche Chequajiking. So that talks about the land where you portage, so the land you actually walk across the waterways, because this lake, Niganegame or Lake Ontario, it has the waterways come off of it. So if you're going across, you have to cross those waters and portage instead of using the waterways. So it's like a portage place. We call it the carrying place, but we call Toronto Chequajiking. But other nations, the Huron-Wyandot and Haudenosaunee languages, they talk about the trees and the water, right? So this area also too, in historic times, they used a lot of logging in Ontario for the ship masts. So they took them to the lake and then got them up to St. Lawrence. They all went out for the masts for the ship. So that's why there's always logs in the water. Some people talked about the fish weirs and things, but mainly the logs were to do with the industry and stuff here. But yeah, we're Mississauga Nation, and we have 6 communities, and I'm from one of them, Mississauga Credit First Nation. They passed me Sema to say a prayer and share some words before we start our day. But I just wanted to share a little bit about who we are, and we're the treaty holders, Indigenous to these lands, and also the treaty holders and things like that. So with this Sema, I'll share some words in the language, and also we've been praying and sharing our thoughts and things already. But I'll get started with these words. Bonjour, Sinanene, Dishnakas. Seman Bogdana Gishman to Seman Bogdana Miigwech. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And thank you, Elder Secord, for such a powerful opening ceremony. And Gary, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Andrew Saunders. I'm the President and CEO of the Globe and Mail. I'd like to be able to, thank you for joining us here today and welcome those that will be joining us virtually from across the country. The Globe and Mail is truly honored to be able to co-host today's event with the Indigenous Clean Energy team. We're very pleased that the events come together. We think the timing couldn't be more perfect, as Canada is in the midst of a clean energy transition, which has finally gained momentum after many years of hard work. Indigenous communities are the second largest owners of clean energy assets in the country, apart from the Crown and selected private utilities. As you'll hear today from a variety of Indigenous leaders and others, these communities are taking leadership position and leading the charge towards net zero through a variety of wind, solar, hydro, and energy storage projects. There are unprecedented opportunities for employment, economic and infrastructure development, and wealth creation across Indigenous communities, all deriving from clean energy projects, not to mention the very importance of the benefits to our climate, along with meeting the domestic interest of energy demands across the country as we continue to electrify. These opportunities are also attracting interest and investment from non-Indigenous enterprises, from the likes of banks and utilities and energy technology companies. However, the mainstay of these partnerships must be that they must put Indigenous rights, protection of ancestral and sacred lands, health, and culture first. Unlike many energy projects of the past, the Globe will continue to provide a platform for the Indigenous voices and leadership as we continue on our path of reconciliation. All of us need to learn, be guided by Indigenous knowledge and leadership as we work together to restore our environment, create an inclusive economy, and address the impact of climate change. As we all know, these impacts are all more pronounced in many Indigenous communities. Today's event truly lives up to its name, The Gathering. The three-day event has brought speakers and guests together from across hundreds of nations, from across Turtle Island and even across the world. Countries from Australia, Denmark, Colombia, Ecuador, New Zealand, and Argentina are in attendance. I hope you all have a chance to obviously meet each other, fellow Indigenous leaders and energy leaders from both Canada and from abroad, so you can make long-term, lasting connections. Before I conclude, I'd like to be able to say a special thank you, obviously, to the Indigenous Clean Energy team for the partnership of today. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'll pass it back to Gary. Thank you.
Miigwech, Andrew. You know, ladies and gentlemen, as Andrew mentioned, you know, we're all here for a common cause, clean energy. You know, very honorable work that you guys are doing, each and every one of you. You know, even the small parts, you know, I had a chance to talk to one of the community members, and they shared one of the projects that they're doing, changing light bulbs within the community. You know, and in our humble ways, we always say, you know, it's not a big deal. But if each and every one of us do our part, it's a huge deal. When we talk about, you know, Ontario, when we talk about Canada, when we talk about North America, when we talk about the world. So give yourselves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful work. At this time, I would like to introduce Chief Claire Salt of the Mississaugas of Credit First Nation. You know, ladies and gentlemen, she's a beautiful woman, beautiful soul, beautiful leader for her community, and we're very honored to have her here. So one more time, give her a great big round of applause.
Miigwech, Gary. Always good to start in a good way and acknowledge our Creator and creation. Ani Buju, Magizikwe, Indigenous, Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, Dunjaba, Magisi-Dodom, Mississauga, and Diao. Good morning, I'm Yogamakwe, Chief Claire Salt of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. I'm delighted to join you this morning for the ICE conference and to join leaders of business, labor, academia, government, and Indigenous communities. And welcome to our 800 guests we have online today. The Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation is the sole holder of treaties which are based upon Aboriginal title for a territory which takes up the majority of the Golden Horseshoe region. As Elder Secord mentioned, today we're located on Treaty 13, signed by my ancestors and the Crown in 1805. These lands equal approximately 2/3 of Ontario's and 1/5 of Canada's GDP. They also hold a population of 8 million people, leaving my First Nation territory holding the largest population concentration in Canada. So all this to say that the economic activity within the 16,000 square kilometers of the Mississaugas of the Credit Territory and treaty lands is not without significance for the whole of Canada. At the heart of Truth and Reconciliation Commission is a call to create deeper dialogues and foster genuine partnerships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, not as mere corporate entities, but as stewards of a shared future. Treaties and ESG principles are intended to enable development which respects the environment and provide for shared social and economic development. Imagine a partnership defined by mutual respect and shared values, one where the voices of Indigenous community guide not just the project's course, but also its purpose, where the wisdom of traditional knowledge meets innovative business practices to create a sustainable, prosperous future. Ontario is in the midst of an energy capacity challenge, the likes of which we've never seen before. You may recall the report called Powering Ontario's Growth, Ontario's Plan for a Clean Energy Future. In that report, the Energy Minister stated, this growth can only be successful with the participation and leadership from Indigenous communities and partners across the province, whose voices will help ensure energy infrastructure is developed in a way that considers future generations. First Nations in Canada are the second largest owners of electricity generation projects next to the provincially regulated utilities. We intend to expand our ownership in part to secure long-term sources of revenue for our communities which face numerous socioeconomic issues. Most experts predict that by as early as 2035, most of our energy demand can be supplied by clean energy. Energy efficiency will play a critical role in terms of reducing the amount of clean energy that's needed, thereby lowering the costs and ensuring there is enough to power all of our needs. Renewable energy is energy that comes from a source that won't run out. They are natural, self-replenishing, and usually have a low or zero carbon footprint. Examples of renewable energy, of course, is wind power, solar power, bioenergy, hydroelectric, including some tidal energy. Renewable energy is called clean energy because it's made from resources that nature will replace, like wind, water, sunshine. Renewable energy is also called clean energy or green power because it doesn't pollute the air or the water. We all need to work together if we're going to meet any kind of projected targets in this country, in this province. My First Nation wants to work with companies who elevate their commitment to responsible governance and social responsibility. It's important that our partners understand community engagement and environmental stewardship ensuring that our collective impact is positive and lasting. Together, we can innovate and create economic opportunities that honor our lands and uphold our shared values and approach this with an entrepreneurial spirit and resourcefulness embedded within the history of the First Nation. The rising demand for sustainable projects presents us with a unique opportunity, one where your investment is not only financially sound, but also socially impactful. Together, we can build pathways to prosperity and acknowledge the past, impact the present, and inspire future generations. As the Ogimaa of my First Nation, it's important to our nation that we work with partners who share the same values and pursue the causes that reflect our own cultural values, authority, and the role that First Nation peoples as stewards of our lands. Lastly, I hope that the next 2 days brings an abundance of ideas and solutions for you and partnerships that will be long-lasting. On behalf of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, I want to warmly welcome you to our treaty lands today, and I hope that you feel the warmth of our ancestors today. Chimigwech.
Thank you for your remarks, Chief Salt, and thank you for having us on your territory. Welcome, everybody. I've been just filled with joy and have really enjoyed my experience here so far. Yesterday, I had the privilege of listening to the presentations from our 2020 Catalyst program, Emerging Leaders in Clean Energy, and it was just a fantastic experience to listen to those presentations. I've been very energized since that moment. And it was great to meet many of you at the reception yesterday evening. Thank you so much for taking the time to celebrate with us. We do have a great deal to celebrate. And for those of you that are just arriving now, welcome. I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about some of the trends that we're seeing as we work towards publishing a national survey on Indigenous leadership in clean energy. And this is based on data that we've been tracking for over 5 years. And I want to acknowledge our chair, Kara Sanders, who's really led the effort to track this data and assemble it. And we've been spending the last year diving deeper into the data and really analyzing what's going on. And the results are very interesting. I think they speak to a lot of what I've seen and the benefit we have as Indigenous peoples coming together in groups like this and really learning from each other, but also learning the wider context of what the emergence of Indigenous leadership in clean energy means for our communities. So I have a little slideshow for you here. And the landscape of Indigenous participation in clean energy has really changed over the last 25 years. Can we go to the first slide, please? We've been very active as communities in solar, wind, and biomass and hydro. And as we can see here, a landscape of primarily hydro projects with clean energy involvement has expanded to a much more diverse array where we see wind, solar, and bioenergy playing major proportions in that clean energy mix. And we're also seeing battery storage emerge in the last few years. And I think what we're seeing here is a major change. We're going to probably in the future see housing efficiency and advanced clean technologies, hydrogen potentially enter this mix. But one thing I want to point out about this, we've been looking at about 600 projects. About half of them are under 1 megawatt, and many of them are more at the community scale, some a dozen kilowatts. These are projects that are over 1 megawatt, and we have close to 300 nationally that we're tracking right now. And some of them are over 100 megawatts, some of them are very large. But you can see here, in terms of the technology, it's fairly diverse today, and it's changed quite a bit over the last 25 years. Next slide, please. So we're seeing more Indigenous communities getting involved in clean energy leadership than ever before. You can see the proportion of the medium to large projects. Most of them are found in BC and Ontario, but they really exist in every jurisdiction in Canada. What we've seen is a movement away from impact benefit agreements that really drove the entry of Indigenous communities into clean energy projects beginning around 2000 to demands for equity. And we're seeing that continue to evolve. So I've seen during my own work in this from the expectation that at minimum an impact benefit agreement would recognize our rights and the duty that the Crown has to consult with us and a duty on the developer to make sure that our rights are mitigated. That's really expanded to an expectation of some kind of equity participation where we're sharing in the benefits of this development, as well as demands to go beyond any kind of minimum threshold that's set by the courts or that's set by any particular province. And we're seeing that in the kind of partnerships. And I think where we're moving is shared leadership, where we're designing projects in partnership with the business community, with developers. We're sharing in the planning process with utilities, and there are many examples of that. And even for the jurisdictions where the level of participation, the number of projects is smaller, we still see demands at the community level to lead projects, even in places where it can be more challenging to import materials. The demands to reduce greenhouse gas reliance is very, very high, and in some cases outweighs that challenge. So next slide. The context is that all of the provinces and territories have acknowledged that electricity demand is increasing 2% or more compounded year over year. So they're all in an intense planning phase to determine how we can meet this growing energy demand. So one of the things we need to look at as we expand, and we see Indigenous participation in generation at a fairly positive level. We've heard about how collectively we're the second largest asset holders now when it comes to generation in Canada. We need to start looking at demand side efficiency. That's going to be much more important. There's a higher return on investment when it comes to dollars in and reducing emissions, as well as grid expansion and smart grids. So thinking of ways to do things differently. Old habits die hard. We're talking about many, many decades of utilities operating the grid as usual, and we're looking ahead to major changes in expansion that are needed. And Indigenous leadership and participation that has been such a critical part of getting to where we are now over the past 25 years is going to be critical as we enter this phase of a very intense growth in demand and the need to build new infrastructure. So today we're seeing that close to 20% of the electricity generating infrastructure in Canada has some kind of either ownership, co-ownership, or beneficiary component by an Indigenous community or organization. And the growth rate is expanding rapidly when it comes to medium and large projects. So over the last 5 years, we're seeing well over 30% increase year over year in Indigenous-led medium to large projects. So those are projects over 1 megawatt. And as we look at these projects over the last 5 years, the majority of them, the average is around just shy of 50% Indigenous ownership. So that has become the gold standard, the expectation, and when it comes to moving projects along well, with the advice that we've learned as Indigenous proponents to help move these projects to market, that's really become critical. So I want to talk a little bit about what are the benefits. So, we know conservatively $400 million a year in net revenue are being redirected to these communities and are being reinvested in new economic development projects, as well as social programs, education programs. There are some studies coming out as academic researchers get more interested in this change. And we were looking at a study by Zapata this year that measures the well-being index and looks at correlating the proportion of ownership for projects and the size of projects, and the results are very interesting. So that study is showing that in communities that have a higher ownership stake, there is a correlation looking at that data set to higher levels of well-being. And we see that especially in solar and wind. Hydropower, we don't necessarily see that trend. I would consider that this study is looking as far back as 1981. So as we saw the emergence of more wind, solar, other bioenergy, now battery, that's really a more recent phenomenon. I would guess that it doesn't necessarily mean that hydropower projects themselves are going to lead to lower well-being levels, but you have to think of that data set. We really have changed the way we've done business when it comes to these partnerships and these projects. So I think as we see the need to refurbish a number of hydroelectric projects and new projects on the horizon, there is going to be an expectation for developers to meet communities on a level playing field, just as we've seen with some of these other technologies. So I don't think that hydropower necessarily leads to lower well-being, but we have to think about the trajectory. What did these projects look like in the 1980s, 1990s? How have they changed? Like certainly with impact benefit agreements and the duty to consult, there's been a major change, and now equity is an expectation. We're also looking at over 40 projects that are announced that are still upcoming. So we're seeing rapid growth. So the emerging priorities are going to be looking at the demand side equation of this. And there is a real need for energy retrofits and new builds that are sustainable within Indigenous communities. And there's an obvious tie when we look at things holistically between housing shortages that exist in Indigenous communities and health outcomes and sustainability. So we are, through our programming at Indigenous Clean Energy, we are calling everybody together. Let's take a close look at this. What can we do to drive sustainable housing and retrofits in a way that is a solution to this rising energy demand? We're also looking at a rights-based approach to energy ownership, and we're very fortunate to have a number of global delegates here with us today. We have delegates from Australia, New Zealand, Colombia, Ecuador, and Denmark, and more. So we're very excited about that. We're beginning to learn from each other and learn what does energy ownership look like in different contexts, and how can we expand that meaning so that we're controlling our energy destiny. The other critical piece that is our core mandate at Indigenous Clean Energy is to make sure that capacity exists within our communities and within our Indigenous businesses and organizations to take advantage of these opportunities. So things are not slowing down, and capacity has been a challenge even to get to where we are today. So programs that build the emerging leaders in energy, that support those that are already out there working on these projects, are going to become more and more critical. And so we're really calling for these programs that equip the community members and leaders in energy to be able to move these projects forward. And this includes education and skills training, wraparound supports that are really tailored around our cohort, and that can support the many youth that we see. We have many youth delegates attending, very proud to see them. Women that are entering this field in growing numbers, an energy field that's been traditionally male-dominated, and two-spirit folks, as well as adults that have education and that are moving into the clean energy field, which is really what we saw through our ICE programming, and there is going to be a need and a shift for that. So how do we equip professionals to start working in these clean energy spaces where we really need that expertise? So I'm very much looking forward. I want to acknowledge our partners, the Globe and Mail, as well. This is a very exciting opportunity. We haven't had a partnership like this before, but we've really enjoyed the experience so far, and we want to take it as an opportunity to make new connections that we may not normally make. We really think that new industries like finance, real estate, insurance that haven't been as part of our network are going to take a leadership role as the provinces and utilities grapple with this energy demand issue and begin to drive change over the coming years. So I want to thank you all for being here. Very excited to meet those of you who I haven't met yet, and welcome on behalf of ICE. Thank you very much. And at this time, it is my honor to welcome to the stage National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Nepinak of the Assembly of First Nations. The National Chief was born and raised in Pinnamutang First Nation, Manitoba, and she is a direct descendant of Chief Richard Woodhouse, one of the original signatories of Treaty Number 2. She began her term as National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations in December 2023, and she became the youngest woman and mother to have held the position. Please help me welcome to the stage National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Nepinak.
Jimmy Gwetch James for that kind introduction. Hanin Buju, Apache Kichinendam, Akanakubi Jayan Omanungum. What an honor to be here. What an honor to be here with each and every one of you. I also want to thank the elder for the opening prayer. I want to acknowledge the drums, the ceremonies, the dancers, our elders who pray for us day in and day out, and they pray for all of you too. I hear many of our elders that pray for this beautiful, beautiful country that we all share. Chief Jimmy Gwetch for welcoming us to your territory, and of course, the elder that spoke, Secord, and I also want to acknowledge one of our beautiful elders from back home, Sherry Kopanes. Jimmy Gwetch for being here today. Thank you for keeping our ways of life alive, and to remember that we're all here for a moment on this beautiful earth, but that we live for the next generation. And I'm glad that you're all here. I'm glad that you're all here together. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Anishinaabe for welcoming us to their territory. I also acknowledge these lands are the homelands of the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. I want to thank you for the kind invitation to speak at this important gathering, providing Indigenous Clean Energy future. And I just have to say, I think in about a week or two, I'm going to be my first year in as National Chief. And my Thank you. And the first year, you got to find your sea legs, but we've had many successes. I know we went to the United Nations and we worked hard on Indigenous knowledge, and we made sure for the first time that there was an instrument there to protect Indigenous knowledge at the United Nations in Switzerland. So I spent my summer there for a week, and we lobbied hard and worked on that. And I know that there's other successes globally that we are going to start to work on, and I hope to be back here again to ask you for more help on those initiatives once they come a bit more, right? And I think one of them, of course, is remembering residential schools and that era. And of course, the Catholic Church is going into the year of the Jubilee, a year of forgiveness in 2025. And I think, and I know it's off topic on this, but it's important for this country that we remember where this country came from, and that we have to remember that we have to lift up our elders that went through that process, and to remember that we still have children in our own country going through kind of the same process through the child welfare system. And it's no secret, I've always been kind of a little bit of a critic of that I think that we could do better for our kids, and I think that we can do better, all of us collectively, to make sure that we repatriate our children home, all of them, from the ones in residential schools that were in unmarked graves. And as we look to do some of that work, I know that the Vatican could be a little tough place to work, but I want to thank the Pope. I want to thank him for his work. I know people can, he came here and to apologize here on these lands, and I know that we have outstanding work to do on that. I also just want to take a moment, and I know I'm off topic, but Murray Sinclair, the late Murray Sinclair, and his work on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I want to just take a moment of silence for him. Miigwech, thank you so much. And thank you to Murray as he makes his journey, and thank him for his work to this country to bring all of us together to say, here's a roadmap, let's follow that. And so we're here today to talk about some of these issues. These past 2 summers have marked the worst fire season on record. This past summer in Jasper, Treaty 6 territory, we had witnessed a wildfire that ripped through the historic national park, leaving so many people and their more than human relatives in a crisis that is likely never to be fully overcome. The damage that comes from such events must not only be calculated in dollars, because the damage has so many other costs as well. For example, the social cost can be even more devastating and could leave scars that never fully heal. When these events occur, whether fires, floods, winter storms, windstorms, tornadoes, or extreme heat, people are often forced to flee. And when these disasters happen year after year, many people choose to leave and never return. But First Nations people were a little different, because we're always rooted in our place, in our communities, and in our territories. We have survived a millennia, not because we have moved from place to place, but because of how deep we are tied to the lands, to our territories, and to Mother Earth. We know our lands intimately, with names for every distinct feature. We know the plants and the animals that inhabit our lands, and we have the knowledge passed down through generations over the centuries, since the beginning of time, that describes patterns that shape our lands, the movement of animals, and where the waters flow. And when we see this relationship to our lands, the intimate connections between all living things, what impacts does climate change have on this relationship? Excuse me. Let me answer that question by just saying this for a moment. While climate change is having a catastrophic impact on our lands and our people, no one is more attuned to these impacts, both their causes and the effects, than First Nations. We are resilient. We have the knowledge and the expertise to lead in the face of these challenges. Climate action is at the core of our relationship to our lands and between our people. And when disaster strikes, yes, we protect our families, but we always return, because this land, our land, is our mother. But without urgent and transformative climate action, the severity of these disasters will only continue to grow, and the consequences will become more severe. For this reason, in 2019, First Nations in Assembly declared a climate emergency, a state of emergency for our lands, for our water, animals, ice, and peoples. This also led to the endorsement of an AFN National Climate Strategy in 2023. A key priority of the AFN National Climate Strategy is to ensure that the First Nations' self-sufficiency in food, water, and energy on our own lands. It should come as no surprise to those of us that are gathered here today that First Nations are leading the way with new approaches and innovations in clean energy, continuing to grow our participation in the clean energy landscape. For example, First Nations are involved in over 200 significant clean energy projects across this country. And some of the examples include Akai Energy in Manitoba. They've installed over $3 billion in renewable energy technologies in partnership with Manitoba First Nations, such as Peguis First Nation and the Fisher River Cree First Nation. In northern Yukon, a solar project led by the Gwich'in First Nation will displace 190,000 liters of diesel every year. Can you imagine that? Or 750 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. And this innovation will turn off their diesel generators for the first time in 50 years. I was talking to my friend Fiona about that this morning, and we had a debate, and we talked about carbon and energy in this country. And I said, we have to get this right. And I know this is, again, off topic on my speech. Thank you to my staff who helped me. But Fiona and I talked about the need to make sure that every First Nation gets off diesel, because there's still so many very reliant on the lack to clean energy. And we have to help connect those communities if they so wish, and we have to take their lead. The National Climate Strategy envisions a future that is led by First Nations, with energy sovereignty as a cornerstone of self-determined climate action that supports First Nation to create good jobs and generate own source revenue. The climate strategy also identifies specific actions to help drive this vision forward, including the development of a focused First Nations energy strategy and restoring the ability of First Nations to earn revenue by selling the electricity that generate, as well as other initiatives to enable economic opportunities related to clean energy production. We are certain that these kinds of concepts and opportunities will arrive as part of your discussions at this gathering, and we look forward to working with all of you to help implement them. First Nations play a pivotal role, not only in driving climate action in Canada and ensuring the success of Canada's clean energy future, but First Nations must be at the table, not just on the menu, in all the discussions that we have. This includes project-level involvement and the recognition of First Nations as governments with full and active roles. And we see that, just as I close off, we see that in courts now. Courts continually, Supreme Court, on children, that provinces don't have a veto over First Nations. Yesterday again, on policing and public safety, the Quebec challenge and a discussion that went to the Supreme Court on that the duty of the Crown and the honor of the Crown must be upheld with First Nations people. Provinces and federal government can't just trample on our people. We're moving up, my friends, and we have to learn to work together in this country. Nobody's going anywhere. And First Nations are the first level of government, first order of government, and it's showing through the court process. And unfortunately, we don't like being in court. It always ends up there, but it shows that we're coming full circle. So we have to learn to walk hand in hand together and walk a good path together. And I think gatherings like this are so important because we learn how to talk to each other. We learn that we have to make Canada our young country. We have a young country, and we have to make it better so that we are a global leader around the world. So I'll leave that there. We call on each of you to support this kind of leadership in today's discussion, standing beside or behind every First Nation, First Nations people as they advance self-determined solutions for future generation. We look forward to that with each and every one of you. Chimigwech, Yigyaben Minawamina.
Back home again. I always talk about home. She just lives down the block, I guess, in Manitoba. And we say Ho-wa. Everybody, Ho-wa is an acknowledgement of, wow, awesome. So on the count of three, I challenge you guys to say Ho-wa, because you guys have been so silent, so respectful. And I appreciate that. The speakers appreciate that. But this is your time to shine. Acknowledge the words that have been spoken with a nice Ho-wa. So on the count of three, 1, 2, 3. Ho-wa. You guys suck. Ho-wa is a celebration of life. We say Ho-wa. On the count of three, 1, 2, 3. Ho-wa. Man, you guys really suck. You guys were louder last night. We got to do way better than that. As a people, as human beings, we got to make some noise for the good stuff that was talked about. So on the count of three, 1, 2, 3. I like it. I like it. Now get the heck out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to invite everybody to stand up one time. Stand up, if you can. You guys have been on your butts for about an hour now. I want you to stretch a little bit. Come on, let me hear the bears in you. Wiggle a little bit. Shake it. If you got it, shake it. And also, the things that have been talked about. We talked about relationship. We talked about connection. We talked about the commonalities that we all share. And we also talked about visiting. The energy that you guys share. When we say Ho-wa, when we make that movement, when we make that motion, you know, that is energy. You know, share the good energy. You know, meet each other. We're going to take a 25-minute break. Within those 25 minutes, I also invite you, you know, we do have wellness staff that are here. You know, they have traditional ways to help us. We have our own ways. We have our celebration, and we have to take care of our spirit. Not only business, not only economy, not only the earth, but our relationship with ourselves. So we invite everybody or anybody that wish to do so to go to the Algonquin room and see our healers, our helpers. You know, we invite you to just partake in that. Also, if you take a look on the back of this thing, that there is a hashtag or a thingamajig for my EMT, so put in $20 there. No, we want you guys to visit this site, visit the hashtags. I want you guys each on your 25-minute break to go post something. Take a picture with a loved one. Take a picture with a brand new friend. You know, go make a comment about, you know, clean energy. You know, that's your challenge. And go on the hashtags on there. And also, they told me to remind you that they also have vendors here. You know, go buy yourself a treat. You deserve it. You work hard. You do. Buy yourself something. And then buy your girlfriend something. And if your girlfriend don't like it, give it to your wife. So, ladies and gentlemen, 25 minutes. Have a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Hello? Can you hear me? We're going to invite everybody to start making their way back to their tables. All our people here. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen, come on in. I'm going to wait for that guy over there. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not guilt anybody to coming back, but look at the door over there. That's the guy I'm talking about. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome everybody back here today, this morning. You know, it's good to hear the laughter. It's good to hear the visiting. I've had some very interesting conversations so far with a few individuals here already today. You know, the fact that you're already learning, the fact that you're already being inspired by our leaders, already being inspired by one another, and also the challenge to my New Zealand friends, my Denmark friends, you know, my Quebec friends. What are you going to take from this today? What are you going to utilize today in your own personal lives, in your own professional journey? What are you going to take? You know, so we invite everybody, you know, to use their heart when they listen, to use their eyes, to use their ears, to use their senses. You know, because we talk about the commonalities, but we also acknowledge the issues that we all carry in our communities or our personal lives. You know, I'd like to share just a little bit back home. Back home again, that energy that I get from you guys, it's awesome. that healing energy, as my community is also struggling right now with a loss. And I think about those loved ones back home. You know, we talked about, you know, Murray Sinclair. What a huge loss. But the gifts that he shared with us, we're so ever grateful for those gifts. You know, so we acknowledge one another, we acknowledge the people here. Each and every one of you, I say miigwech, 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 and miigwech for being here, for making that choice to be here, to share your energy, to share your laughter, to share your stories, to share your history. Today, that's what we're going to do. Today, we have Willow Fiddler, a young lady from back home in our area. I'm not sure where she's at right now, but she's here. Okay, right there. So when she comes on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, because of that energy, I'm going to ask you guys to stand up, all right? When she comes, but don't tell her. Don't even look at her. It's a secret, all right? I want you to give her that love and that respect like you would do. I'm old, so like Celine Dion or Johnny Cash or your favorite NHL player. You know, I want you guys to acknowledge her and give her that energy and love to do the work that she's going to do and share with you today. You know, Willow is a staff reporter. She's with Globe and Mail, but she's also an artist, very, very talented artist, very good spirit, very beautiful woman, you know, inside and out. That's the energy that we're going to take in today. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to please rise, hoop and holler. The world famous, put your hands together, Willow Fiddler!
What a welcome. Miigwech, Gary, for that deadly introduction. As Gary said, I'm a staff reporter for the Globe and Mail. I'm based out of Thunder Bay, Ontario, which is in northwestern Ontario. I come from Sandy Lake First Nation, which is in Treaty 5, just a northwestern border of Manitoba. And I'm very pleased to be here to moderate the first discussion, the first panel at this amazing conference that has been put together. As a journalist, I'm always learning about new topics, so I'm excited to hear from the panelists today on what Indigenous clean energy means to them and their respective nations and regions. And as a First Nations person who grew up in remote and rural northwestern Ontario, I'm quite familiar with the connection and relationship that us Indigenous people have with the land. And for me, that should be a central topic to any discussion and action on truth and reconciliation. I also come from a region that has long relied on diesel-generated electricity, which in my opinion is the opposite of clean energy. And just recently in the last few years, the communities are now getting hooked up to the province's power grid. I recall, just a little anecdote for you, but I recall a couple of years driving up to Sandy Lake on the Winter Road. And Sandy Lake is one of the communities that is being connected to the power grid, getting rid of the diesel energy. And I recall driving on the Winter Road on the ice on the lake and seeing the construction and the installation of the power lines and the towers. And it was a bit emotional for me because seeing that kind of development in land that has essentially been untouched since time immemorial is, there's a certain feeling of loss and grief that comes with it, and even anxiety about what this means for our future. But times are changing, and we're all here to listen and learn about how to achieve environmental and economic reconciliation with Indigenous communities and people. So let's welcome to the stage 3 Indigenous leaders who will share how clean energy projects are moving forward in their respective nations and communities. First, we have Matt Jamieson, President and Chief Executive Officer with Six Nations of the Grand River Economic Development Corporation. Since inception, his organization has generated $250 million of direct economic impact for Six Nations of the Grand River. Welcome, Matt. Apologies, I'm just going to interrupt my introductions. I do want to acknowledge the drum group that was here earlier. Gary from Treaty 3. There was a group of Treaty 3 elders and language keepers here as well, and I just felt immediately, you know, being around familiar people is always nice and heartwarming, and it's good for the soul. So I want to acknowledge everyone who was here this morning on the stage for opening this up in a very good way. We'll continue on with the introductions. Next, we have Chief Erica Bowden of Cowessess First Nation in Saskatchewan. She was elected as chief in 2023 and is a respected advocate with a deep commitment to community service and social justice. Welcome, Chief Bowden. And last but not least is Chief Bruce Archibald of Tegwa-Tagamu Nation, previously known as New Post First Nation in Northern Ontario. His nation is focused on initiatives to support sustainable development, educational empowerment, and holistic well-being, driven by the wisdom of its elders and the energy of its youth. Thank you, Chief Archibald, for being here. So we will start with, I will give our panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves. Matt, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. So good morning, everybody. Matt Jamieson. I am from Six Nations of the Grand River, a member of the Tuscarora Nation. Six Nations is all 6 Haudenosaunee nations cohabitating about 1 hour west of the GTA. And I've been very fortunate for the last 15 years to be involved in our community economic development journey as the founding CEO of the Six Nations Development Corporation. I think we've laid a good strategy and path for future growth, so our future generations can do things that are much more innovative than we have, and will break the cycle of dependency ultimately by generating our own wealth to make the decisions that are important to us.
Thank you. Chief Bowden, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. I'd also like to acknowledge the territory that we're on, as well as the prayers and the medicines and the songs and the instruments that have been used in order for us to continue on as the Indigenous people that we are of this land. That's probably the hardest question to ask. Introduce yourself a little bit. I'm a mother, grandmother, family member, and I lived and had mostly an urban experience before I moved home to my First Nation. And my background actually is in the human services field. And just like my colleague had said, going back to the First Nation, is that we're on the road to sovereignty, and that's actually the theme of Cowessess First Nation. We say we're on the road to sovereignty. Yes, we're a sovereign First Nation, and nobody could take that away from us except ourselves. And in order for us to be a sovereign nation, we need a strong economic base that is not dependent on government or anyone else. And as we move along on this stream or this part of the spectrum in working in housing, employment, education, health as well as the social determinants of health, all of those aspects, it's still dependent on government. So for us, it's building that strong economic base so that we determine where our priorities are and we determine how we help each other and help ourselves. And so it's been very interesting to learn, but also incredibly proud to be part of, you know, a lot of firsts for Cowes First Nation, or for many First Nations in Saskatchewan, Treaty 4 territory. We're the largest First Nation in Treaty 4 territory. So we really see the wind and solar projects, as well as clean energy, as we transition, you know, because it's a transitional process in moving towards clean energy. And we see this as a keystone, or what we need in order for us to do it responsibly. So thank you.
Miigwech. Chief Archibald.
Thank you. Chief Bruce Archibald, Taquatagamau Nation. You know, I think the reasons why we're all here today is just because of the same aspirations that every First Nation has when it comes to being independent from, you know, government funding. And my community has really jumped into the economic development stage when it comes to participating within hydroelectric, mining, forestry. Our community's been doing this now for about 30 years, and you know, the things that, you know, come out of these projects, you know, is to benefit the members of my community. And that's my main focus when I sit at these tables, to negotiate good deals, meaningful deals when it comes to how the community is going to be involved, or what kind of partnership is going to look like. I've been doing this now for about 20 years as part of the leadership in my community, and you know, hopefully more in the near future. Thank you.
Miigwech. Okay, we're going to jump into some questions, and hopefully have enough time in the last few minutes to take any questions that you guys may have. We're going to start with Matt. You have a lot of projects happening at Six Nations of the Grand River, but the Oneida project in particular is so significant. Can you tell us about that project?
Sure. So maybe just back up a bit. We've been at this for quite a while. We launched our development corporation in 2015, so not that long, a decade. But before that, we were dabbling in the energy space, the renewable energy space. And over the course of the last 12 to 15 years, we've built a portfolio of assets, about almost 900 megawatts of wind and solar farms that we've invested in, where we have an economic interest. And you know, seeing the operation of those assets, we understood the intermittent nature of renewable energy assets and how they function. We also saw, you know, the impacts of energy curtailment on the revenue cycle of those models. And we also heard from stakeholders in our region. And the feedback we were hearing is, we see these wind turbines, I like to call them big, beautiful wind turbines, but some of our neighbors don't like them, and then they really don't like them if they look at their hydro bill and the rates going up, and they associate the rate increase with that wind turbine. And so we knew very early on that we needed to do something that was innovative, and we felt that grid-connected storage was that solution. A project of this magnitude of the Oneida project has never been done before. And so we partnered with a small company in Toronto, Enerstore, to carry the football in a way that had never been done. During that time, Ontario didn't have an open procurement for energy storage. I don't even think it was really on the agenda, or very seriously on the agenda. As a result, with the help of our partner Enerstore, we were able to change and establish a narrative with the province to see the reality and the benefit associated with energy storage, to help harness the value of these renewable energy assets, because we want to build more. And we can't build more until we fix and unlock the inefficiencies in the grid to harness that value. So the Oneida Energy Storage Project is a 250 megawatt lithium storage facility, 1,000 megawatt hours, located about 35 minutes just outside of Six Nations near Jarvis, Ontario. And as I said, it's the first of its kind in Canada. It's about a $700 million project. We were a 50% development partner, so we actually invested in this concept pre-development, which means we had hard dollars at risk, because we believed philosophically it was the right thing to do. And you know, as we went on this journey, it was a very challenging journey. During that time, you could imagine COVID, the price of lithium went up 400%. Foreign exchange was all over the map. Interest rates were fluctuating. There was so much uncertainty, but we believe that it's the right thing to do. It's innovative, it's creative, and it's going to introduce opportunities to harness that value, create efficiencies in the market, and lead to further renewable energy generation. So it was the right thing to do, but it was 5 years of lifting, primarily working with government to get them to accept the reality that we need this. And I think I'm going to talk about it after, but I think ultimately the United Project has proved out to be the catalyst to what is now one of the largest energy storage markets in the country.
Right. So like you say, the United Project has been a catalyst in so many ways, really demonstrating a better way to shape Indigenous energy partnerships. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I think that, and I do say this often, so many of you might have heard this before, but I think that the United Project is a classic, it's a classic example, case study example for our future MBA post-secondary students to study how Indigenous communities can actually be fully participate in these projects. And so just to back up a bit, as I mentioned, we were the 50% development partner with Enerstar, and it was our narrative with them. We wrote dollar for dollar checks with them. We incurred the risk with them. We controlled the narrative. And as we went through this journey, we ultimately were involved in all elements of the project itself, negotiating with the province of Ontario and the IESO, working with vendor suppliers and ultimately selecting Tesla as the battery vendor, and the EPC contractor being Aecon. Now, there's strategy behind some of that for us in that part of our economic strategy is to vertically integrate ourselves into the investments that we make. So if you back up our early entrance into energy storage or energy generation, wind and solar farms, we were a passive, in some cases minor 10% investor because we didn't know the market. It was our first deal. We weren't confident in how these things work. But over that journey, we've learned how these things operate. And the Oneida project is an example that we've taken that learning, we've parlayed that learning into finding solutions in the market. The project itself was a solution to unlock the inefficiencies in the grid, but at the same time ensuring that we ultimately influenced how that project actually is developed. So that means our team in the community were involved in the archaeology, the environmental assessment. We ultimately weighed in and were involved in the site selection, the battery vendor selection, the EPC selection, and as part of our strategy of that vertical integration, we've partnered with Aecon for a number of years, and as a consideration of how that project was developed, we made sure that our partnership, the A6N General Partnership, carried out the work. So if you just reflect on that for a minute, Six Nations has transcended what used to be a passive investor in projects where we didn't know a lot, to being a driver and an innovator, a developer of a project. We developed the project, we actually negotiated the contracts of that project, secured financing with the CIB and NRCan, and selected the EPC, and our people are building the project. So the only piece that's missing in that economic equation is operating that asset. And I envision a future where we will run the full gamut of these projects, and that's where we should be, in the driver's seat.
Oh, wow. That's deadly. Thank you. Chief Bowden, Cowessess First Nation is also a part of an unrelated and separate Six Nations deal, including 4 other Saskatchewan First Nations and the Métis Nation Saskatchewan. The consortium will build a 200-megawatt wind farm with $100 million in loan guarantees from provincial government corporation. That's huge.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Okay. This is the latest in Cowessess's ventures into wind and solar. And what's exciting and new about this, we also have the wind storage as well as other projects, but this is the first of its kind in the sense that it's not only, the consortium consists of not only First Nations, but also the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan. So that's very interesting in its dynamics as well, in terms of being rights holders, in terms of what exactly that means in terms of relationships amongst ourselves, but also our relationship with industry and our relationship with government. And so as we navigate through that, and when I say navigate, it's not necessarily that it's like trudging in 10 feet deep snow. It's just that all of those relationships are very complex. If you look at how we feel as First Nations people in being the rights holders, and the nations being the rights holders, and we're individual, and talked a little bit about sovereignty. And then you look at the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, and they encompass all of Saskatchewan, and they are embarking on their quest to be recognized as lands and rights holders as well. And then you have private, and in this case Enbridge, and then you also have government within that. So all of that together is very new. We're looking at potentially a second project within that. We are expecting completion, and I have notes here just to make sure that I'm not speaking out of the side of my mouth here. That it is a 200 megawatt wind project, and it's expected to power up to 100,000 homes, and the expected completion is 2027. The life of the project is 30 years, and we're looking at a cost to develop about $620 million. And what we're also looking at is not having us be the passive investors, as in Enbridge coming to us and saying we need Indigenous involvement. That in fact we're very active, all of us, the 5 First Nations, and as well as the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, in ensuring that as we develop the partnership, that it included not only the back end or the receivables of it, but also that we have employment opportunities within it, that the contracting, the subcontracting, also we have a place to train and to mentor our employees as well. And we're very excited about not only this project, but the future as well.
Great. What are some of the benefits that you're hoping to gain through this project for Cowessess?
Well, first and foremost, money.
Great.
That's you know, the bottom line.
Money as in revenue?
Money as in revenue.
Yeah.
For own source revenue, so that we could invest back into other projects, but also be in the driver's seat in how our members or our citizens benefit from that. Secondly is the employment and training part of that. So within the building relationships, each of us First Nations have different we have different corporations that we own. And so one might help build in one capacity, one might have a camp, you know, and so as we're building, or as we are part of this project, we are also being in it right from the beginning, and then running it after completion as well.
Thank you so much for that. Chief Archibald, Tequatagamu Nation made news last week when it sued the province of Ontario for the cumulative impacts of mining and environmental damage for failing to consult the nation in mining activities of a local mine that operates within your traditional territory. Can you talk about why nations like yours are no longer accepting the status quo when it comes to protecting treaty rights and ways of life?
For sure. I think, you know, for 100 years now, or even more than 100 years since we've signed the treaty, you know, that we were supposed to share the resources within our traditional territories, and which never really happened until probably in the last 10 years, you know, because of all the precedents that other First Nations have set out there with other lawsuits against other different governments, right? You know, it's time for our First Nations to take a stand when it comes to how we should be engaged, when it comes to any kind of development that happens within our traditional territory. And that's been ignored for a long time. And, over the years, trying to talk to these proponents that operate within our territory, trying to come up with a meaningful agreement on which it could benefit the community. I can only speak on behalf of my own. And, it came to a point where we couldn't agree to what that compensation would look like for all the damages that have been done for the last 110 years within the TTN territory. And I think what it is also is legislation on how these permits are being given to these companies. Those legislations or those policies have to change, to help on how communities can be involved in any kind of development that happens within their territory. So the reasons why we did that is because our community is downstream of all those mining facilities within the 101 corridor in Timmins. So we are the community that feels the most impacts when it comes to all the operations that happen upstream at their operations. We felt that, we tried to sit down and negotiate in good faith, but we couldn't come to an agreement with the company because we felt that what they were putting on the table was not sufficient enough for the community, or for our community, on what we thought what was good, what was proper compensation for all the damages that have been done. I don't have any issue against the province itself, the leadership. I got a great relationship with the leadership of Ontario. It's the legislation and the policies that have to change in order for things to actually move forward when it comes to First Nations properly being involved in any kind of development moving forward. We can't change the past, but we can correct the wrongs that happened in the past. And that's my focus moving forward, is to make sure that, we have to go back to when we signed the treaty in 1905, and the real understanding of what that treaty meant is that we would share those resources, and that hasn't happened.
Aside from this court case, Tekla Tagamu has really changed Indigenous clean energy projects for the better. Can you share a few examples of clean energy projects your community is involved with?
For sure. We're involved in probably 4 or 5 different projects within our territory when it comes to clean energy. We're heavily involved in hydro generation. Right now we're in partnership with a 28 megawatt, 17, 14, and a 40 megawatt solar farm, right? So I'd say back in 1990, our company approached us in regards to a project that was identified within our territory. It was called New Post Creek. At that time, we were trying to come up with an agreement with that company at the time, but we weren't able to move it forward because of probably the permitting process and the location of where it was. It was in a provincial park. So we had to go through a process on trying to deregulate that portion of that provincial park so we could start developing. But that took a long time. And then, that relationship just diminished, I guess. But then at the same time, we had to approach Ontario Hydro at the time. Because of all the hydroelectric that was developed within our territory back in the early 1900s. We felt that, again, we needed to be sitting at the table and correct the wrongs that were done, in regards to how these projects were developed in our territory. So we were able to get to the table with Ontario and actually work out a grievance process on how we could settle the damages that were done in our territory. So we finally got through that stage, and then we actually started to look at new projects moving forward, and that's how the Peter Sutherland Generating Station came about. You know, we worked on that for about, 10 years, you know, through all the permitting and all the agencies that we had to talk to. I see a few people in here that were part of that. And, you know, finally we got to a stage where we could actually start construction. And the construction took about 2.5 years to build. But now that, you know, this project is generating revenues for my community, you know, that we've never experienced before.
Can you tell us about some of those benefits?
Those benefits are a lot of the,
Excuse me.
you know, as you all know, First Nations struggle with funding, you know, that we get from government. You know, they give us 25 cents to, you know, which will cost us $1 to provide these services to the community members, right? So we had to be a little bit innovative and creative on how we could, you know, fill in those gaps. And, you know, by participating in some of these economic development opportunities, you know, that's where we can find those resources that we need to fill in those gaps, such as the health, you know, social, recreation. You know, those are the kinds of benefits that come out of these projects that we're involved in. You know, to make sure that we're secure in the future of the next 7 generations of our members.
Yeah. Thank you. We're going to move on, and we'll hopefully have a few minutes at the end to take some questions. Matt, we'll move back to you. How did you, this is a bit of a broad question, but how did you create the change you needed to make Oneida so successful for your community? In particular, you know, energy projects have, you know, been done in a way that's either excluded the indigenous communities entirely, or, you know, had a very kind of superficial level of consultation. How did you guys change that?
Yeah, I think, you know, when you look back in the course of history, the world was built around us. There was no consultation. The Nanticoke coal plant was built in our backyard, the largest carbon emitter in the country. There was no consultation back in those days. Highways were built, bridges were built, cities were built, and there was no consultation. And we were essentially isolated or sequestered on a reserve. Mm-hmm. And, you know, and then suddenly, probably within the last decade or so, we start to see you know, new court rulings coming out. This whole duty to consult started materializing in more powerful means, and as a result of that, and then, you know, the TRC and then, you know, UN Declaration of Rights, and these things started to happen, and suddenly there's this interest. Oh, we need to consult with these communities, and we want to engage you, and we want you to participate. The reality of it is, you know, our First Nation has been isolated for hundreds of years on a reserve, and we don't have a balance sheet, we don't have the capital, we didn't have the expertise to sit at the corporate table and negotiate hard for the things that mattered. And so part of our journey was to, first of all, get organized. And that's where the Six Nations Development Corporation concept came in. We started that back in 2010 when I went back to the community to focus on economic development. And over the course of 5 years, it took 5 years to create what is the Development Corporation today. And we brought the community along with us in that journey. We had many, many think tanks, and we had coffee in people's living rooms, and had discussions in community meetings around what this corporation could and should do, and how it can earn a social license to operate on behalf of the people. And you know, I think that during that journey, we were also navigating a whole bunch of transactions. The Feed and Tariff program was going on, and we were learning as we go. And you know what? We stumbled and we fumbled, but we always reflected on those learnings and how we can do things differently, and brought the community along with us through community investment reviews of these projects, and listened to what our community members and elders told us, and the guidance they gave us to help shape the narrative and the strategy of how we grow responsibly into the future. And so I think that part of the reason we've had the success that we have is because we looked at ourselves first. What is it we need to do to make sure that we can properly prepare and equip ourselves with the capability, the capacity, and build the credibility that we can do these transactions and we can do them for the right reasons at the highest level. And so just when in 2010, when the feed-in tariff program came out, I was the guy coming into Toronto, knocking on doors with some of these energy developers. We want to partner with you, having no real idea what that meant, no real money to do it, but we wanted it. And I can tell you through the evolution and our journey, we have now positioned ourselves where it's our boardroom. They're coming to us. And we have the ability to be highly selective of who we choose. We know what we're doing. We know what we want. And you know what? We still have an access to capital issue like every First Nation does in this country. But the fact of the matter is we're prepared, we know what we want, and we're focused. And it's our boardroom now. And so I think that that's served us well. And we're going to continue to take control of these things. Because it's our land.
Yeah, amazing. We'll move on to Chief Bowden. What worked best for your community in terms of your clean energy project and how it was structured? I imagine there was some challenges along the way.
So I think that I would like to supplement what my colleague has said. That's very much the story of Cowsas as well. We've been in the game, so to speak, since 2012. And it's really our nation and the people in the nation that have wanted us to invest in clean energy. And that's, it goes back to our teachings, our values, being good stewards of the lands, and being on our home reserve. We have considerable concerns regarding quality of water, quality of soil, quality of air. And so thinking about those 7 generations ahead and being the good ancestors of those 7 generations ahead, that we have to do what we need to do now. And there were several bumps in the road. I'm actually the 4th chief since we started. So we started in 2012. So it doesn't matter for us who the chief is. It's the commitment of the nation. It's the commitment of the people that say we want to have revenue built in this way. And we see this as our way forward. We also had several bumps along the way. We weren't experts. None of us were experts. As was said, everything was built around us, and we're still under the Indian Act. And so being cash poor, at the beginning, I believe, some of the worst, it was the beginning, but now in the evolution, some of the worst words that we've heard is consultation. Because consultation could mean a gamut of things. And so it's up to us as First Nations to not only define what that word means, but to move beyond it and to be those drivers in that seat, in those seats. And, the amazing thing about conferences like this, having networks amongst us, is that we're able to learn from each other. We're able to say, well, this is actually what Cowsas went through. And it sounds really good what you're going, or how you've dealt with this issue. And for all of us to realize we're in this together on behalf of those 7 generations ahead.
Miigwech. Thank you. We're down to the last less than 5 minutes. Oh wait, Chief Arch. So I'm just going to jump to the last one of the last questions, and I'll start with Chief Archibald. But I'm going to ask you each of you the same. But what makes a good partner? In the audience today, we have, I'm sure, many existing partners and potential partners. Through private companies, utilities, infrastructure companies, investors, and so on. What do you look for in a good partner?
Well, when I first start off talking to any kind of proponent is to see what kind of values they have, right? and for them to understand the values that our First Nations have. You know, building a relationship is probably the most important part of a partnership, is being able to trust each other. You know, being able to trust what they're telling you is probably the most important, and that's something that I look for when we sit down with proponents, is to make sure that they're educated on on most of the struggles that First Nations face on a day-to-day basis, right? Is to get them to understand that, because if they don't understand, they can't come to the table in a way and give you the best benefit from these projects as much as possible. And I think that's where, you know, a relationship or a partnership has to start, is being able to actually come to the community, get to know the people in the community, in the members itself, and hear their stories, right? That's what we look for as a community when we engage with proponents.
Thank you. So not so much strict transactional relationship, but very much involved
For sure,
with
yes.
community.
Yeah.
Chief Bowden, what do you look for in a good partner?
I'll just add on and say that same with us.
Yeah.
That's definitely part of it. The other trial by fire is to see if the partners will come to our lands, participate in our ceremonies, and understand that before we embark on any sort of project, we ask for permission. And by the way of asking permission is not only from the living, but those who have gone on. And so through ceremony, and utilizing ceremony, inviting potential partners in and to be involved in that ceremony, that to us shows what true partnership is, because we live in their world, but it's time for them to live in our world as well and understand exactly what our how we live. And so apart from that is that it has to be good business. You know, the bottom line is that it has to make sense, it has to be smart, it has to be strategic. But in terms of relationships and partners, what are they willing to do to live in our reality, to understand what our reality is, so that they understand as we move forward in that partnership exactly what our considerations are that might not be sometimes bottom line.
Amazing, miigwech. Matt, you could have the last word with what you look for in a good partner for projects.
All of the above, for sure. You know, for me, it's relationships first, and the fact that, you know, we want companies to come to our community. I think that speaks a lot to us, that they take the time to come and listen and learn and see. We're not that far out of the GTA, so we are really an accessible community, but you'd be surprised at how many of our partners have never been to our community. And some of our non-partners have expressed no desire to come, so that's why they're not partners. But I think when you look at partners, I mean, partnership to me means that you do things together. And one thing I don't like is when proponents will come to us with, you know, a baked deal. This is what we want to do, here's the way we want to do it, and this is what you're going to get, and here's what the support we need. And they've thought this all through in their boardroom here in Toronto or wherever it is, and it's a baked solution, and this is the deal. You know what, that turns me off in a big way. What we want to do is build relationships, talk about a collaboration, build an idea together, and then form the partnership and the opportunity together so that it materializes with our DNA, our fingerprints, our influence on projects. Because you're not going to find a stronger advocate with more political capital than a First Nation who really believes in something. They'll go to bat with a minister, they'll go to bat with a premier. But if you are just carving out a slice and saying, here's your play, the passion isn't there. And what we do in the energy market right now, we do out of passion, because it aligns with our value, it's the right thing to do, and if we believe in something, we'll go down swinging to make it happen.
Wow. That is all the time we have, but I am just thrilled to have been a part of this panel with you guys. It's so empowering to hear the ways that you guys are really breaking the mold and changing the status quo and really turning those tables to take back that control for your nations and your communities. A hand of applause to everybody, please.
Thank you.
Miigwech for being here.
Ron.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I believe I am now going to hand this off to, pick up my stuff here. Okay. We have, next we're going to hear from my colleague, Ryan McDonald.
Thanks for the whoop, Gary. Thank you, Willow. Thank you to the National Chief, and thank you to ICE. My name is Ryan McDonald. I work for the Globe and Mail. I'm an editor. I lead a team of journalists who cover energy issues. We share Matt's passion for these issues, largely around clean energy. I guess because I'm a journalist, maybe I'll just tell you a quick story. It doesn't have anything to do with clean energy. It has to do with watches. We're in Toronto. People come here to make deals. I was having lunch with somebody who works for a very expensive watch company who has supported some of the Globe and Mail's environmental journalism. It's not an Apple Watch, and it's not this cheap watch that I have, but it's a watch that many people covet. And our discussion turned to this idea of achievement and what it means to have something special like this watch passed on to you. And I think for me, just being here throughout the morning, hearing the various speakers, I think the achievements of Aboriginal and Indigenous communities, what's happening across the country, are really what we're here to celebrate. A table mate of mine said this is a story that is underreported. I agree. I mean, there are literally hundreds of these projects that are either happening or are about to happen. So I hope we can celebrate some of the achievements today. I hope we can talk about the growth opportunities. And I just hope we can learn from each other. I'm here to learn from you as well. And I really look forward to some really pragmatic discussions. It looks like we've got a lot of people in this room who've been part of this process. And so I think we can all learn from each other. Willow and her panel discussed a lot about project structure. Now we're going to move on to a bit of a deeper dive on financing, funding, other avenues, money, I guess, basically. We're going to talk about equity. We're going to talk about equity risks. And we're going to talk about how we get these projects off the ground. So I would like to introduce my panelists now. First, we have Crystal Nicholas. And Crystal, I'm going to use the English translation here of your group, and I'll allow you to please describe it in your own language. But Crystal is President and Interim General Manager with the People's Agency, and her role involves strategic plans for 13 chiefs in Nova Scotia, overseeing various projects aimed at economic development. Thank you, Crystal. Also joining us today is Hilary Thatcher. Hilary is Managing Director of Investments with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, or CIB. Some of you may be familiar with that. Hilary leads the CIB's Indigenous Infrastructure team, and she is responsible for the CIB's engagement with Indigenous communities, advancing investments in Indigenous infrastructure projects. Welcome, Hilary. And unfortunately, our third panelist, Chief Jerry Duquette Jr. Of Doquis First Nation, is sending his regrets. He had a plan to be here today, but had a family matter come up. I believe it was a hockey injury. Very Canadian. Okay, so let's dive in. Thank you for being here. Before we dive in, please, can you, Crystal, can you please describe your agency in your own language and introduce yourself? Thank you.
Okay, so I know everyone's wanting to know exactly how to pronounce it, the WMA. It took me about 4 years to be able to actually say it perfectly. So it's Umtamodanuwo. Skujinuk Umtamodanuwo. Agency, yeah. You want to try it?
Umtamoga, whoa. You got to help me with the last part of that.
Go. Quickly. Skujinuk Umtamodanuwo. Agency.
Skujinuk Umtamodanuwo. Whoa.
Agency.
Agency.
Don't forget agency. Thank you for having us here, Ryan, today. G'day, everyone. I'm Crystal Nicholas. I'm Mi'kmaq from Bottleneck First Nation, which is in Unama'ki, Nova Scotia, beautiful Cape Breton. And I got to participate at the WMA since its inception. So we were created back in 2019, created by the 13 Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq chiefs. So that's all of the Mi'kmaq communities within the province underneath this one organization, created to vet economic opportunities on behalf of all 13. Mm-hmm. So our plays are usually in equity and joint ventures. So that's pretty much who we are.
That's great, thank you. Hillary, do you want to talk a bit about the CIB generally and what you do?
Sure. It's great to be here and to see so many familiar faces in the room. Many of you know me, but if you don't, I'm Hillary Thatcher, and I am the Managing Director for Indigenous and Northern Investments at the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And the bank invests really in 5 priority areas. Clean power is one of them, and in fact, we've allocated by our shareholder $10 billion of investments in clean power. So when we make investments, we're really trying to get more infrastructure built to meet the needs of Canadians. And when we do it in partnership with Indigenous communities, we get what our CEO often refers to as a multiple word score. So we see a lot of benefits of partnering with Indigenous communities, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities in clean power projects, whether they're transmission lines, whether it's a renewable project like a wind farm, or whether it's getting a community off diesel in the remote north. They're all critical for Canada, and when it comes to Indigenous communities, communities, as many of you in this room know, have been left out of Canada's economy for far too long. There's a great opportunity, as the last panel talked about, for being included in major projects. And we're seeing more and more communities leading the way in developing renewable projects across the country, both in their community for their community benefit, but also for the broader Canadian public and cleaning our environment and reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to hear Matt talk about that flip from businesses approaching Indigenous people to Indigenous people approaching business. And I think that flip is a great theme to continue to discuss today. Crystal, you were one of the first recipients of an Indigenous Equity Grant, which was a new program from CIB. Can you tell us a bit about how that came about and maybe give us an idea of how well things are working?
Well, things are actually going great. We signed our first agreement back in August. Our project was on the go, so it's hard for communities to be able to find equity dollars. And if you want to participate in a meaningful way, you have to have equity investment in the projects, which allows communities to not only have their say in how their project, how the project is going to be run in their territory, but the actual benefits that actually come from them. They're getting revenue from them. It creates job opportunities, educational opportunities. So it is going very well, being able to utilize the CIB's IEI, and we have three more projects on the go that are coming out. So
Do tell us a little bit about those.
we have just financially closed on our Benjamin Mills project, which is a 150 megawatt wind farm. We are also partnering up for another wind farm and an intertype project within the province.
Fantastic. Do you want to talk, Hillary, a little bit about the, sorry, please. Yeah.
Sure. Talk a little bit more about
I was just going to say, I mean, I'm interested in the genesis of the equity loan program, and if you could give us a bit of background on how it came to be, that sort of thing.
Sure, and just to make sure that we're speaking all the same language, you had originally called it an equity grant. And I want to make sure it's correct because it is a loan to the communities. And so it's making sure that, right now there are grants available and some communities are able to, get grants from provincial, federal governments. But what's not available often is equity loans. And when you are getting equity loans, they're usually higher cost of capital, so they're not very affordable, and you have to have really high returns on your project in order to pay off your loan, in order to then see revenues flowing to the community. So the Canada Infrastructure Bank developed an Indigenous equity loan program where we provide a loan to the community for their equity into a project. And that comes at a low cost of capital. So our cost of we lend it at our cost of capital. So the Government of Canada borrowing rate, around just over 3%. So it's pretty affordable capital. And we are taking risk and security in the project. We do a lot of diligence on the project. We understand the risks associated with whether it's the wind regime or the flow of electrons across a transmission line, and we understand that so that we can take the risk that that project will come to fruition. Again, we see projects where there's Indigenous owners as great projects to make investments in, and it's where we don't see the risk as high as, I think, traditional lenders, which is why we're able to provide concessionary capital, because we understand that the payback schedule, and we know that the communities will be able to pay us back. Those loans, though, are directly to the community's holdco, and we can make loans between $5 and $100 million. And we really try to sweep distributions from those once distributions are achieved for the project, so that we receive part of the distributions and part of the distribution goes to the community. So the communities are receiving returns early in the distribution cycle, which isn't always the case when you are maybe borrowing from a bank, and even with a loan guarantee, you're still paying a premium bank rate. So it's one way that we can help unlock that access to affordable capital, and I like to underscore the affordable piece, and take on some of the risk. We're a government crown corporation. We should take on the risk because our goal and objective is twofold. It's to get more infrastructure built and to get it done in a way that's inclusive and brings value to and includes the values of Indigenous communities.
I mean, you mentioned a bit about how much money is available. How important was it to get the scale of the money right?
It's really important. I mean, the bank has $35 billion that it needs to invest in infrastructure projects across our priority areas. We know that scale is important. So when I talk between $5 and $100 million is our loan size, it's because we know that when the check size is bigger, you can usually attract some of the life cos and other investors to the table who will provide more affordable capital. We also know that at $5 million, it's really hard to get a loan for that, and especially an affordable loan. So on the lower end of the scale, and we are working on a number of Indigenous equity loans that are at that $5 million range. And it's the community who's sometimes new, just getting their foot in the door. Like Matt talked about 10 15 years ago when they first started on their first projects, you know, is really just being a bit more passive, getting your foot in the door, learning an industry, starting to learn the risks associated with renewable projects. It's not risk-free, and so I think having that scale is really important. And also to share, one of the goals of the bank, I think, as you're aware, is to crowd in private capital. Right. And so when we do get above that $100 million threshold, we do know that we can help create, with our concessionary financing, attract more private capital to the deals and see other lenders participating and actually get the experience of working alongside very sophisticated First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities.
I see you're nodding in agreement, Crystal. I mean, so tell us a bit about what this project means for your group. I mean, you're now in the game for real. I mean, there's a lot of hot air in the world these days, but these projects are real, they're happening. Where do you go from here? What are you looking towards in terms of the future? Do you want to make more opportunities happen for First Nations outside of your group, or what's the future hold?
So our group focuses on the 13 within Nova Scotia. Right. We just want to continue the momentum. The more projects we put through, the more proponents see that, the more Think Mi'kmaq First is coming to fruition, and just want to keep pushing the envelope.
Maybe we can talk a little bit about, I guess, the difficulties. What did you find was the most difficult sort of situation in working through getting financing? What were some of the obstacles that you needed to work through? And then I would mind getting Hillary's perspective on that as well.
So for my organization, we're a bootstrap. We had $0 for no capacity dollars. Communities. Some communities in Nova Scotia are capable of doing some good business, some are not. So we couldn't actually go out to the communities to be able to raise funds. As you know, a lot of the funding comes through federal, provincial. Communities are competing for those dollars. It's something we didn't want to do, is compete against any of the communities. We want to supplement them. So a lot of the trouble for us was actually finding the equity just to be able to funding the dollars just to be able to continue the operations that we are doing. Finding good partners who understand that, and finding organizations like CIB who truly understand that, being able to support on all levels that way, capacity, equity, that's where our struggles and our...
Right.
I was just going to add, so one of the things I didn't mention, which I obviously should have, is that when we do an equity loan, we can only finance up to 90% of the Indigenous community's equity. Okay. So as Crystal's talking about, finding that last 10%, that can be a real challenge. And so our concessionary capital really does help, because we can bring in some private lenders, and we've actually been quite successful in many projects where we've gone out to the market to show it with CIB there at 90%, what can you lend that community, that 10% sliver? And we've been able to see some really competitive pricing come from the market, which is, a huge success. And we need to see more of that happening, because that 10% sliver doesn't always sit in the bank accounts waiting to be deployed at the nation level or at an organization like Crystal's. I'm going to just say you're uniquely situated, because in Nova Scotia there's 13 Mi'kmaq communities. Same language, culture. They're diverse, but they're geographically those are the First Nations of Nova Scotia, and so and there's a difference of wealth, as you had talked about, between the communities. And communities don't want, like an organization like WMA doesn't want to take funds from granting agencies when that some of the communities are looking for that. And so it is a challenge. And this is where I think, in our conversations and conversations I've had with other communities is once they get the first projects up and running and they start seeing revenue being generated, you know, the Chief of Cowes has talked about, then you can reinvest that into the next project and the next project and the next project and grow your portfolio and diversify the portfolio to Matt's comments around now they're doing something so novel in battery storage. And I think that that's where that was our first project is battery storage. And so I think that's where we're seeing great hope and opportunity for, you know, a brilliant future.
How do you keep the costs down when you're going through these deals? I know you mentioned making sure that the costs of due diligence, things like this, are kept to a minimum, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, where there's a bit of a benefit is that we cover our own costs. So often lenders will tack on, you know, some basis points to make sure that the due diligence is covered. We cover our own costs so that as a Crown Corporation, we're eating the costs of legal and technical due diligence. We can, in some cases, provide reliance, or communities and our partners, other lenders, can actually rely on our due diligence. And sometimes they can't rely on it, but they can still use it so that it can help reduce some of their costs. We do a lot of the upfront work and the legal drafting initially so that it can help save the nation on, you know, being the first with the pen. And so there's some ways to find efficiencies, and we're certainly still a fairly new organization and finding more and more ways where we can create more efficiencies for our borrowers, whether they're First Nations or Indigenous communities or other borrowers. That, you know, these projects, especially like your large scale projects, can be very expensive from a diligence perspective. And if we can trim some of those costs, that those dollars go back to the nation.
We've talked a lot about equity, and in one way, one thing that I'm interested in is sort of that different kind of equity, which is once the project is complete and jobs flow to the community, and then you have an opportunity, once you have equity, to take further equity risks. Could you talk a bit about that other notion of equity, Crystal, the benefits that it brings to the community that you've seen?
The jobs that come out of that, you know, that's amazing. If a proponent is out there coming in to the province, knowing that a lot of the jobs are going to be high technical and positions, I've seen proponents come in and go to the universities and the community colleges and actually create programming dedicated to those jobs for our people to be able to go and participate. So when you talk about equity, like it's from the ground up.
You must see this across the country in your travels as well.
Yeah, in fact, it was actually in Ontario with the Green Energy and Economy Act, and I know we spoke about this a little bit on our call, but you saw some nations who were developing expertise as solar installers who were doing their own communities project, and then they were going to another community to help them on their project and train up that nation and their youth, and then going to another community. So you're really seeing this, you know, one of the, I'm trying to remember which First Nation talked to me about this, but it was really about, you know, when you train in your own workers, they tend to stay local and they keep their dollars local. So there's more wealth generation. It creates other side benefits. So it's not just, oh, I got a job as a solar panel installer. It's now I have wealth and I can, you know, support a local restaurant, and I can support the local store, and those industries also grow. So you're really creating this microeconomy in community that we're seeing a lot of that growth happening across the country. When you go to First Nations, and so many in this room know this, and you're seeing local businesses thriving and busy, and it's not just tourism, it's like local members actually using these businesses, and it's great to see, and I think we're going to continue to see that growth.
What are some of the things that the CIB is thinking towards the future? I mean, obviously, this seems like it's been a pretty resounding success on a number of levels, but are there other projects that you're considering for the future?
Well, you know, this is probably the perfect audience to talk about what's happening across Canada. I mean, each jurisdiction right now is looking at their grid and saying, oh my goodness, as we all transition to electric vehicles and more use of electricity, we need to grow our capacity significantly. Michael Sabia from Hydro-Quebec, a number of panels over the last couple of months has said, like, we're going to build out our renewable sector tenfold or whatever the number is. It's significant. And by the way, it's all going to happen with Indigenous partners. And so one of the things that the CIB has done is we've partnered with jurisdictions who are going out with calls for power to create a standard offer where we'll both invest in the project, so we'll be debt in the project, to help reduce the burden on ratepayers. But then we'll also put that standard offer, we're going to ensure that we've put together an Indigenous equity loan for anybody bidding in so that they can reduce the cost of their bid, which helps all of us because we all have to pay our bills, and it hurts, as Matt talked about a little bit. It's hurting because, you know, with inflation and the costs rising, if the CIB can help reduce those costs in a way that also ensures the inclusivity of Indigenous communities, I think it's wonderful. And so we've got a call for power out in British Columbia right now, one in Saskatchewan, and a second one coming up in Saskatchewan, which is actually Indigenous-led. We've got one in Nova Scotia, one in New Brunswick, and we know that we're in discussions with the other jurisdictions as well. So it's an exciting time to be in the clean power space as an Indigenous community, as an Indigenous organization who's looking to play a role in developing these projects. And what we're also seeing, I just want to mention, is more and more communities are taking not just an equity stake and generating returns and jobs in the community, all great, but having a seat at the table, having a seat on the board of directors and actually dictating how the next project's going to get built and how this project's running and where we need to trim costs and where we should reprocure or you know, look at other vendors. I think it's really elevating projects to a point where you know, we're going to see more and more and more nations leading their own projects. As Matt has been in the business for quite some time, as has Chief Archibald, you're seeing them really leading in the space, and that's not going to be unusual as we move forward.
Yeah, and you mentioned inclusivity. I mean, I think the great thing about this event is that we're all here together. We should really get to some of your questions because we've got some great people and some great resources here for you. I would like to open it up to questions. I think there are microphones. The people wearing the all dressed in black have microphones, so I can't be as quite as good as Gary at motivating everybody to get up and get motivated here. But please, if you have a question.
Hi, Ryan. From the virtual audience, a viewer expressed disappointment that Chief Jerry Duquette Jr. couldn't come and ask what he might have shared. So that's a tough one. But if anyone else has a question in the meantime, we could maybe contemplate that.
Or maybe while we're waiting, we should all maybe clap a little bit for Chief Jerry because he was just reelected.
Yeah. There we go. Well, I know a little bit about Chief Jerry's project. I mean, it was a hydroelectric project. It took a long time to come to fruition. I think part of what his community was dealing with at the time was clearing through regulations, and I think those regulatory frameworks that need to be, you know, worked through to get projects up and running. That's sort of the, I guess, the pre-planning phase before you get to the equity phase, which is how do you start talking about a project and start envisioning a project. Crystal, maybe you can talk a little bit about, like, you know, where does that start from? Where did it start from in your community? Was it always about one particular kind of energy, or why did you pick that particular type of energy?
Well, I picked it as I was directed to play in the energy field. So when proponents understood where our chief's priorities were, they've come out, reach out, and we start with early engagement. Tea, cups of tea, conversations.
Mm-hmm. And this was something that we discussed previously too. I know, Hillary, you mentioned this. The engagement side of this in the early stages is critical, and in terms of making sure that it is reflective of the community and that the community is there and supported. The elders are part of the discussion, that sort of thing. Maybe you can tell us a bit about that.
Sure, relationships are like just critical in this space, and trust can be built and it can be broken really quickly. And listening with all parts of your body, listening to what the nation's telling you. I know that, you know, even as we were developing things like an Indigenous impacts framework, you know, you can't just build that in-house and say, well, I know because I remember this chief once telling me once. Like, you actually have to go out and talk to many, many people from across our country. And our country is vast, and our Indigenous communities are unique and distinct in so many ways. And different communities have different hopes and expectations and rationale for why they would maybe want to go into the clean power space. I can tell you, not a single community told me that it's about reducing GHGs. It's a really important thing for this country. We need cleaner air. But often it's linked to jobs. It's linked to future opportunities for youth. It's linked to, you know, having capital so that we can invest in our youth and a better future for them. Land-based training, I know that at Henvey Inlet, the big wind farm with Pattern Energy, it's, you know, they're making, you know, a lot of revenue right now, but it's all being reinvested in land-based training. And that's maybe not the same reason that Crystal's community want to invest in. So we have to listen and know that there is going to be distinct reasons, but I think listening and paying attention and reflecting those values. And sometimes, you know, I come from it as, not only am I a federal government crown corporation, but I'm a bank. So I kind of come at it at a deficit already. Like, who's gonna, you walk in a room and people don't automatically trust you, but you have to build that and you have to prepare for the time that it takes and the many cups of teas and bannock and natter and listening carefully, because in story there is so much, there's so much there that you can build on to really understand what the values of a community are and where they want to go, and reflect that in your work. And we always keep an open line of communication, and you know, I try to get back promptly. I'm not always great at it, but it's really important to make sure we always keep that open line of communication. I've been yelled at lots of times, and it doesn't stop me from going back to say, well, like, maybe we can jig something around and like, let's figure out, is there a meeting in the middle, so that we can your nation can benefit, and we can get this project underway.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these agreements are now involving multiple communities, obviously 13 communities in your situation. There's an equity stake in a pipeline out west. It was 72 First Nations. Like, pragmatically on the consultation side, how do you make it work?
So in Nova Scotia, we have a setup. So we have KMKNO who does consultation, big C consultation, small C consultation. They do the benefits agreements, the IBAs. I mainly stick to equity, joint ventures. But I forgot what the question was.
How do you make those consultations work?
The 13 communities.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Big C and small C.
Big C and small C, yeah. So I can't even touch base on. I don't feel comfortable talking about consultation. It's not my area. I have a fine, thin wall from what I do and what they do.
But I think the chief of Cowicess talked about the complexity of the relationship. Yeah. I mean, in the project she was talking about, there's a number of First Nations, but now they're also integrating Métis and the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, and these are distinct nations, and we've got some questions from the floor. Yep. But those distinct nations, so distinct cultures, haven't typically worked together. So it's new and it's novel, and we all have to have patience and grace to allow us to trip up a little bit, because we can all stand back up afterwards.
That's a great point. Yep, we'll take a question.
Okay, thank you so much. Great presentation today. Hello. My name is Autumn Lang-LaRose. I'm actually the Provincial Métis Youth President for Métis Nation Saskatchewan, so great to hear about our Métis government in these spaces. I had a question for you, Hillary. You talked a little bit about the economic impact on communities that investing in certain projects has, and there's a study done. I was a part of a program called SUNTEP. It's Métis-specific education program that's fully funded. And there's a study done that showed that by funding, I have numbers here, just one Indigenous graduate has the potential of $32.3 million back to the province of Saskatchewan. And by bridging the education gap in our province, on the lower end, estimated about $12 billion of revenue back to the province. And so I was wondering how, if CIB has, or if they haven't, how they might look at that economic impact on community and how to increase investment opportunities for Indigenous communities. If you've looked at actually calculating those numbers of the impact for the community that the project you've invested on has done, and then be able to show that to future investors. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we actually have a research arm at the CIB, and they spend a lot of time with numbers and looking at our investments and what those investments translate to in terms of the broader community, in terms of broader investment, so attracting even more private capital, and sometimes it's downstream. And I can give you a really simple example. Recently, well, a couple of years ago, we invested in irrigation in Alberta. And you put a bunch of money here and you've got some private capital in there, but then downstream, because that irrigation has happened, now you're seeing growth in other industries because there's now this infrastructure in place. And so we do different studies like that. And each of our deals, we do the math. We know dollar for dollar that we put in, how much that yields in terms of growth for the nation, and how much revenue they're going to achieve over the life of the project, not just over the life of our loan, because once our loan is paid off, then it's free and clear returns for the nation. So these numbers are really important because some communities are in to projects really focused just on revenue generation, and it's because that revenue generation allows for real self-determination and decision making at the ground level. And so, and they don't necessarily say, oh, it's going to go into land-based training or it's going to go into post-secondary education. They want to have that flexibility, and they should have that flexibility. So we do quite a bit of work on that. On each of our deals, we have a number of metrics that we're tracking for, and including things like GHGs in the clean power space. And every deal where there's an Indigenous partner, we work with them to identify what are the impacts that the partner's looking for, because it may not be the GHGs, it may be other things, jobs created. And in one case, it was about reducing asthma in their communities. And that's something that if the community wants to track that, attract those and track those dollars and how they're actually making way on a key priority for the community, we're there to help make sure that they can do the research and they can track it, because it's good data for them to have for future policymakers.
Absolutely. There was a question right here. This gentleman's been waiting for a while.
Hi, my name is Jason Collard. I'm from a company called Indigenous Energy that works in the Northwest Territories. I had a question and a bit of an idea. For smaller Indigenous governments that don't necessarily have a lot of capital on hand, what are the other options for them to demonstrate that 10% to really access this financing? And the idea would be for previous Indigenous governments that have had successful projects to be able to create a fund to help contribute to that, and if that would work. Thank you very much. Masicho.
Maybe I'll just quickly say there are actually a number of funds kind of creeping up in the landscape. So Indigenous-led funds as well that are looking at making these types of investments. So stay tuned. I know Raven Capital is pretty significant, and there's a few others. Longhouse Capital is looking at creating a fund for infrastructure. So yeah, I think that it's really trying to create that leg up for communities.
Yeah, for sure. Raven and others are coming up, and I think we'll probably get into some of that in the breakout sessions as well. Maybe we can take one more question over here.
Hi, sorry. Hi, thank you, Ryan and Crystal and Hillary. It's really been a lot of interesting insights. My name's Mary. I'm with a small social profit consulting company called Green Planet Energy. And Hillary, I just wanted to follow up on something you mentioned about ensuring more seats at the table through the board, having Indigenous representation on boards of directors. And I'm just wondering if the panelists can provide some ideas around how we can ensure that happens, and what kinds of supports are needed to ensure more representation by Indigenous people, especially women, on boards of directors, not just in the clean energy space, but in other sectors as well. Thank you.
Do you want to take it or do you want me to? You go first. Just try to think.
So a lot of our agreements have our board members already written in the agreement. How many board members will be sitting on a specific board? And it's ultimately up to the actual organization as who they want to sit on that board and how many.
And I think to Crystal's point, I think that as partners in, whether it's clean power or another industry, as Indigenous communities, as partners, I think you have an opportunity to really push for board seats for somebody from your community or just a representative from the Indigenous community. And I like that you highlight women as well, like Indigenous women. I think that that would be great. I know there is a program out of the ICD, the Institute of Corporate Directors, and they are graduating more and more Indigenous directors so that, you know, you have qualified board members for-profit private companies. But I think, you know, as communities are growing in their sophistication, and Matt talked about it a little bit, but being up kind of in the back seat, like going along on a deal, you weren't necessarily in a position to negotiate to have a board member. You didn't know that that was an option. And now I think we're seeing more and more. I know somewhere in this room is Cherie Brandt. She's on the board of Hydro One and TD Bank, and she's a strong Mohawk woman with roots also in Wikwemikong. And so, like, you're seeing more and more, but it's still not fast enough. You know, we're still not at parity for women on boards. We definitely need more Indigenous people in and on boards. It really does. It's like having an Indigenous partner on a clean power project. Your project just gets built better. Gets built typically on time and on budget. Indigenous people live on the land. They know the land for which the project's going to be built. You can save yourself a whole lot of headache in terms of even that early planning of projects. Matt talked about being involved in archaeology. His community knows that land so well. They knew exactly what they should be looking for. Whereas a desktop study, you could spend, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars doing some of those early things that are useless and a waste of cash when you could have just talked to the local community. So I think more sophisticated companies are seeing the real opportunity, and I hope to see a lot of growth in that space.
I do, and I think lately there's been a lot more emphasis on having not just a person sit on the board, but a youth representative sit on a board, or an elder, a trusted elder to sit on the board to be able to give all their perspectives so you're covering all bases.
Yeah.
I think that's a great way to end it. I'm a deadline guy, and we want to remain on time, but great opportunities for people to get on boards, and we should talk more about that later. In the meantime, I would like to say thank you so much. I thought this was fantastic to Crystal and Hillary. And I think, I mean, first two panels, we've really sort of laid the groundwork for some extraordinary discussion throughout the day. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to my friend Gary. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Ryan forgot to mention, he also likes long walks on the beach. Miigwech, Ryan, excellent job. Miigwech panel, Miigwech Willow, and all the chiefs for sharing their knowledge here today. Totally awesome. It's mind-blowing what you can accomplish when great minds join a room. You know, today we're going to acknowledge our food through that ceremony, through that song. You know, one of the things I was always shared by the elders, you know, when we feast together, when we eat together, that acknowledges the nutrients of life, of knowledge that we share throughout the day. So today, as we enjoy that lunch, that food, you know, acknowledge your ancestors, acknowledge the land, acknowledge the waters that you spoke of today. So, and acknowledge one another, have a laugh, have a visit, and even enjoy just being here in the moment, being present. You guys have worked hard throughout the day. You guys work hard every day. You can see it in how you present yourself, in the energy that you bring to these tables. I say miigwech to you guys. Now I need to do a little bit something here because I'm gonna give you guys instruction here momentarily, but I want you guys to put your hands on the table. really quickly. I want you guys to tap that table. I said tap, don't get mad. It's not last call. Now I want you to tap it a little harder. And a little harder. Now I want you to tap your feet at the same time. And I want you to tap a little harder. And even harder. And even harder. You hear that noise? That's energy. Some of this energy, keep going, keep going, keep going. This energy is acknowledging the people that are online that have joined us. You know, if our camera people can pan the audience here, camera people, camera guys, pan the audience. This is for you, the people online, and even harder. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. All right, give yourselves a round of applause. These are awesome. So before we go to lunch, I have some directions that you guys are going to get lost on because we're going to break into our individual groups. So you have to go through them doors, down the hallway, up the stairs, through the elevator, come back down, come up, go back down the stairs, take 2 rights and a left, go out on the street, and then come back, and then there's a room with a sign over there that is your room. Is that clear? All right, but you're not going to listen to me anyway, but once you leave the lunch area, and if you are able to take the stairs to the left, down 1 floor, at the end of the hallway, or you can take the elevator down to the M&M floor, and there will be our staff there to guide you. Is that cool? You know, we were talking about being hunters in land. Now, here's your opportunity to prove it. Don't get lost. There'll be signs there, but don't walk around. What's the best thing if you're lost? Ask for help. If you struggle, ask for help. Look at all the people beside you. Today, we're going to ask for help. We're going to be good human beings to one another. If you see me roaming around, hitting the wall, say, can I help you? So let's enjoy 1 hour lunch. We're going to reconvene at 1:15. We're going to invite you to make your way on over to that room. If you look on the back, the agendas are in this little thingamajig. That's a technical term, traditional term. So choose your room. The rooms are very limited in size, so think skinny. We will have fun. We will learn. So ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give yourselves a big round of applause. Let me hoop and holler. Come on, let me hear you. Enjoy your lunch. Miigwech. Quebec Nordiques in the house. Is anybody a Toronto Maple Leafs fan here? Get out. Is anybody a Montreal Canadiens fan here? We'll have a healing song for you guys later. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had the chance yet to get a swag bag, we have free gifts over there with the lovely girls in the corner over there. Wave, girls. Wave your princess wave. Right there. If you guys want to take a chance to go on over there, and in that bag, one lucky winner is going to get a trip home. So go over there. They have art, they have trinkets, they have toques, they have good stuff. Cups, coffee cups. You know, if you're a cheap husband like me, you could give the gift to your wife when you get home. That's what I do all the time. So this afternoon, we're going to be queuing up a video as soon as everybody comes back. But ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge our cooks. Let's acknowledge all our helpers here today at this beautiful establishment. Put your hands together. That's a beautiful meal. So if you could find your seats, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have that opportunity here to, welcome everybody back. Welcome our speakers. As you know, we have speakers and guests hailing from all over the place. But today, we're going to watch a video here. Wab Gagnon is a premier of Manitoba. Wab is actually one of my friends. We go way back. And I'm so proud of this young man. I'm so proud of the things that he's accomplished. It really makes my heart feel good in a most sincere way. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Wab Gagnon to our big screen.
Hi, I'm Wab Gagnon, the Premier of Manitoba, and I'm coming to you from the People's Building, the Manitoba Legislature. I want to wish everybody who's participating in this great event with Indigenous Clean Energy an awesome time. Shout out to the Globe and Mail for all your contributions in making this happen. Also, I understand there's some Manitobans involved, so this is your official shout out from the Premier for Dakota Morrison, Aneimatang First Nation, and the Interlake here in beautiful Manitoba, and to board member James Harper. Anin. I want to say to everybody here that our government is putting a huge priority, not just on clean energy, but ensuring that this is a tool to advance Indigenous nationhood and ensure that there are jobs in communities right across Manitoba. Something that we've done very recently this fall is that we announced that the next 600 megawatts of power for Manitoba Hydro is going to be provided by Indigenous nations. We're looking for partners to help us stand up wind farms across the province, creating good jobs along the way, but also ensuring the sustainability of the future of our economy. So, more wind turbines, tons of discussion about that 600 megs. We can keep nerding out about this all day as far as I'm concerned. But probably best I wrap things up for now and let you get on with this great event. So shout out once again to Indigenous Clean Energy and Miigwech Bizindawiyek Kakanawiawete.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wab always talks about all the hardships, but he always talks about all the victories, and he always acknowledges the workers that he works with, the people that he meets every day. And when he talks about nation building, he talks about the entire nation. Not one color, not one race, but, Manitoba, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, all the provinces. Because everything that we do, there's a ripple effect, and we're all involved, and, he does that work. So one more time, give Wab a big round of applause. Next, we got my good friend. Me and him were in the OHL together. I'm just kidding. Matthew McLaren is a staff reporter with the Globe and Mail, and I got to meet him just now. Comes from the East Coast. He's here to share his knowledge, share his experience, his history, and a little bit of his life with us and his experience with the Globe and Mail. So, ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. Matthew McLaren. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary, and welcome to you all. So I'm Matt McLaren, and I'm a reporter at the Globe and Mail. I've worked there for about 10 years now, and I cover issues concerning energy, natural resources, and environment. In fact, that's the name of the team that I work for. And I'm pleased to be your moderator for this next panel. We'll be talking about Indigenous involvement and leadership in energy storage projects and also some transmission projects, and the critical role that energy storage could play in making clean energy projects possible. We have an excellent group of speakers here to address this topic, and I'm pleased to introduce them now. So first of all, virtually, we have Don Richardson, who's CEO of Minogi Corp. Minogi is a wholly owned economic development corporation, and it's owned by the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. Its focus is on clean energy and infrastructure projects, as well as investment partnerships, and he is joining us virtually today. We're grateful to have him. Next, we have Jason Rue. He's Chief Development Officer with NR Store, which is an energy company that is partnering with a range of projects, including Oneida, which is something that you've probably heard of. Here's Jason now. Thanks for joining us. And many of you may be familiar with that project. And so welcome, Jason. Glad to have you. And Leslie Gallinger, who's head of the IESO, the Independent Electricity System Operator, she was going to be joining us, but unfortunately something came up at the last minute, and so she had to bow out. She sends her regrets. But we are really lucky to have Simmer Anand and he is Senior Manager of Indigenous Relations with Hydro One. And he's gallantly volunteered to step in. So we're glad to have him as well. Welcome, Simmer and Jason and Don, who I don't actually see yet, but I'm sure we will see him soon. Let's get. I'm just going to have a seat and we'll get started. And welcome all. I'm glad to have you.
There's Don. There's Don.
So Jason, I wanted to start with you. For those in the audience who don't regularly follow energy storage, I wanted to talk about how it's evolved, because there's been a lot of development in this space. We've seen procurements recently where a lot of it has been procured, and more to come. So what was the situation with energy storage, say, 10 years ago, and how do we get to this point where it's now becoming something that's a real thing on the Ontario grid?
Yeah, sure thing, Matt. I mean, energy storage is not new. We've had pumped water storage since the beginning of time, but it hasn't come into like a big renaissance until the last 10 years, where technologies are now more mature and possible to bring onto the grid to help run our power systems more efficiently. So I remember working at some of the traditional power plants, over the last 20, 25 years, working in coal plants, and you can see how it was really hard for the IESO and the grid operators around the world to kind of balance supply and demand. They're always just chasing the load and to ramping up a power plant to try and keep the lights on and keep the voltage in check. Without storage, it's like just-in-time delivery of electricity. And it's like the air traffic controller at the airport trying to land all the planes exactly at the right time. That's a hard job. It's a pretty stressful job. So now you come forward with storage, and you got the opportunity to de-stress the grid. You got the ability to, you got too much, you don't have to spill the water, you don't have to give away, turn off the wind turbines when there's nowhere to put it. You can store it, shift it to a time that it's more needed, and then when you do that, you don't have to start up a gas plant the next day because you can store the power. And there's a lot of logical system benefits, but the technologies have matured as well over the years. I think back 12 years ago, 13 years ago, we did our first deal with the IESO here in Ontario to install a flywheel storage project. So it's basically, it wasn't a battery in that case, it was spinning flywheels that were good for balancing the grid. They just run like a yo-yo all day long, smoothing out the grid. And that was our first project getting experience here in Ontario. And then over the years, it started to move along. Different technologies getting deployed. Compressed air storage on a retired salt cavern, with Sifto Salt and Goderich, and moving along to more and more notable projects, to the point where we got to do the Oneida project that's under construction now, as Matt was describing earlier today in the panels. And now we're getting to a scale that is meaningful for Ontario, that is big enough to make a difference on the grid, to allow us someday to shut down, again, hundreds of megawatts of gas plants and replace with storage capacity, and we're on that journey.
I think you've done a good job of explaining some of the importance of this, but I was wondering, what does it mean for the potential to develop more clean energy, particularly like intermittent renewables? What role can storage facilities play with that?
Yeah, I mean, again, renewables, Mother Nature makes that energy for us when it can provide it. So, and we have to do our best to utilize that energy, that clean energy, when she's producing it. And so I think, energy storage allows us to fully utilize that clean energy potential without wasting it, and in the term without spilling it. We see that even back over the years, even at hydro dams, we'll spill. That's where the term comes from. We spill water over the dam sometimes because we don't want to put it through the turbine to make electricity because there was nowhere to put that electricity.
Right.
And
There's
now,
a mismatch between the electricity we can generate now and when we need it.
Yeah, so the ability to kind of, that sponge, right? That sponge in the grid to run our grid more efficiently it's going to be a game changer. And I think the other piece that's going to be super important in the next decade is putting storage in smarter places, because we have all these bottlenecks. We have the bottlenecks on the transmission system and the distribution system. Getting power right where we are right now in downtown Toronto, it's jammed. Like the power line, just like the highways, the power lines are also jammed at peak times. And if you put storage in the load centers, well, now you can just bring in probably twice as much electricity into the city of Toronto if you just bring it in at night, store it locally, and release it during the day when you need it. Because it's not easy to build a transmission line through downtown Toronto.
I'm sure Simmer will have a perspective on this. Now Simmer works in transmission. We often hear about how storage can actually alleviate our need to build out more transmission. But I think you work in the transmission world. So just briefly, from your perspective, what does storage do, and what I assume we are still going to need a lot of transmission if certain demand forecasts that are being made are correct. So,
and certainly, like I think about the community scale battery energy storage systems that we're deploying and piloting across the province to create more redundancy and reliability for communities that we know are struggling with reliability. Battery energy storage systems in that regard provide that redundancy, provide that storage, so that, as Jason was saying, they conserve that electricity and then release it when it's appropriate, in this case, during outages. So that's one of the critical ways that Hydro One's working on the ground to make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Now, a lot of the projects that are happening or going forth in Ontario today have Indigenous involvement, and this is one of the things that we're really here to talk to speak about today. Don, Minogi is owned by the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, and how is that community involved in energy storage? What kind of partnerships are involved? Don, we can't hear you yet.
Hold on.
I think you might be on mute.
Not on my end.
We can hear you. Okay.
Very good.
Welcome, Don.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to send my regrets. Chief Kelly LaRocca was unable to attend today. We've had a death in the community, and there are some ceremonies going on, so I was asked to pinch it for her. To address your question, Scugog Island First Nation is at the epicenter of a lot of the electricity growth in Ontario, particularly in the eastern GTA. And we started to get involved in energy storage projects about 3 years ago, starting with an IESO procurement process that was looking at battery energy storage. And I'm pleased to say this week we should be closing the commercial agreement with a company called SolarWind and our partners at Caldwell First Nation and the Chippewas of Hill and Stony Point for 3 5-megawatt battery energy storage projects. And we're hopeful that we're going to get engaged in more energy storage projects going forward, because the nation sees these as both something it can do to help the grid in Ontario and at the same time generate significant revenue for the community that the community can spend on education, healthcare, various infrastructure services, and have a much more vibrant and functioning community going into the future.
Tell me a bit more about that. I mean, like, what does participating in one of these projects really bring a community? What are the main benefits that you really seek, and how do you get them?
The primary benefit is what many First Nation leaders call own source revenue. First Nations are largely dependent on federal transfer payments and various grant programs. And it doesn't provide a sustainable, comfortable planning context financially. And still, the more own source revenue that First Nations can attract, the better. And the beauty of the electricity system is typically the investments that can be made provide 10, 20, 25-year returns. Most of them are rate regulated or contracted returns that provide a fair amount of certainty, very little risk, and usually a good return on investment that's predictable over the long term, that the nations can then have other bankable projects that they can bring forward, infrastructure and other services for their communities, without having to rely completely on federal or provincial funding.
Mm-hmm. And Don, wanted to ask you about your experience. I mean, as a reporter, I sometimes see, these deals at a high level, and sometimes you're seeing that, often the Indigenous ownership of these projects can be 50%. And I often wonder, okay, to what extent are they being treated as real partners, and to what extent, are there examples of tokenism? I think when we had an initial conversation, though, I mean, you clearly think that you're getting the former. But tell me, what has your experience been when you're because you've been bid on or involved in a lot of these different projects. So what's your experience been in that regard?
These are very much real partnerships where First Nations have significant control over the planning process and the outcomes. There are ways we can improve that. One of the things that we've been working on from a regulatory policy point of view is looking to accelerate the initial time frame when First Nations can get involved in projects. Quite often in the electricity sector, the investment doesn't kick in, returns don't start until the switch is turned on after construction. And there are ways that First Nations can get more involved earlier, particularly in transmission line projects or regulated generation projects, where they can get involved at the start of construction and have more inputs and more influence over the design, some of the mitigation features of projects. But that requires some regulatory changes and some policy changes. So Squamish and other First Nations are working quite diligently to try and open up the playing field a bit more, especially at the start of construction right through to the point where the switch gets turned on. Okay. We do have other investments that are not in the electricity sector, where they're energy projects, where we're able to do that. For example, we have a partnership with Invest Canada on a large biogas project where we're 50% partners. And we are involved really early in the overall design and planning for significant biogas facilities in Ontario.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much for that. And I wanted to, from the other side, so Jason, you've been involved in a number of projects now with First Nations. Maybe you could tell us just about your approach, which I understand starts from the very beginning. Tell us a bit about how NR approaches these partnerships.
Yeah, I mean, when you start out at the idea stage in a partnership, then everyone sort of has that contribution through, what is a project that we want to work on together? Where should we put it? What are the value drivers of the region? And so when you're starting from that relationship building, so I call it like partnership first and then projects second, if that's a good way of looking at it, is that every area of the province has a need for new energy supply and has different situations going on with transmission bottlenecks or reliability issues. And so as we get through and we start to work on what we call smarter projects, I think spending that early quality time way up front, again, before there's like a panic or a rush to bid into an RFP together or to respond to a short notice need. Good projects are never done in a rush, right? You take the time, you take the quality time to like really figure things out and come up with the smartest project for the area. And so when I talk about smarter projects, it's almost like, the last RFP, and I'm super excited about, like the ISO's been doing a great job at adopting storage, because back 10 years ago, storage wasn't in the plan, and now energy storage is a big part of the plan. Now it's a new pillar in the supply mix. My challenge now with challenging sort of the ongoing procurements and what's happening next is that we need to start doing smarter projects, because right now the RFPs are resulting in, I would say, cheap projects which are like on cheap dirt with cheap connections, but they're not really in the right spots, if that makes any sense. And so, like, I think of
geographically, they're not
geographically in the right spots. And in some respects, even our Oneida project, I wished it was beside like a hospital where we can give backup power to the hospital, or we can do some simple things that we're like, well, maybe we should do that. Maybe we should put it in a spot that can have other value propositions than just the main thing. And often you don't, if you're looking for the cheapest project, you don't get it to unlock those other value propositions that communities might value and need. And so I think this is the important piece around kind of the next generation of projects is we need to figure out what makes sense for each community, including the Indigenous communities, what can be cited in the communities that helps other things happen, right? So are there resiliency challenges in the community? Mm-hmm. Yes or no? Well, if we put the project in the right spot in the community, or we're spreading across energy storage and all the buildings and homes, whatever the solutions are, well, then all of a sudden we can meet the provincial capacity needs that are needed globally on the system, but also can solve those local needs, debottlenecking the system, allowing load to grow, allowing more homes to grow. And that's got a lot of value, but that's not normally what shows up in, I would say, plain vanilla procurement processes.
Right, and Simmer, Hydro One has done quite a few partnerships as well on the transmission side, where you also have some, I believe, some 50% ownership stakes. What's Hydro One's approach to finding those Indigenous partners and working with them?
It's an excellent question, and we're very proud of our 50-50 equity partnership model, which is an industry-leading model that we introduced in 2022. That contemplates providing Indigenous partners with up to 50% equity on new transmission bills over $100 million in scope. And our approach really is a principled approach. We believe in true partnership with the alignment with the original intent of treaties. So that means that we're seeking that input. We're all sort of singing from the same songbook here. We want to make sure that that input is sought very early on, that early engagement's done before a project's even formalized. So we understand the pain points, we understand the protocols, we understand the needs and wants of communities, and making sure that that's put back into the decision-making apparatus and into our designs and planning. And then from there, we want to make sure that we're equal partners, right? And that means at the table, making decisions jointly, moving milestones forward like environmental assessments together, making sure that communities have the capacity to engage meaningfully with consistency across the life cycle of the project, and to have long-term economic benefits for communities for the entire life cycle of an asset. But aside from that, I think what's really important to mention is that what we're also doing on the ground and we're recognizing is we need to do better. And what that better means is that there are a lot of concerns on the ground outside of major capital projects. So we think about communities and how they're growing. Communities are growing in leaps and bounds. They need new subdivision, water treatment plants, three-phase power. Reliability in certain pockets of the province isn't the best. And so what we are trying to take an approach around at Hydro One is to work with communities at the ground level, have that presence on the ground, to also be real partners in the full life cycle, which means major capital projects and other issues at large in the community. Because that is true partnership. And thinking back historically to how infrastructure was built in the province, communities bore the brunt of that development without the benefits, without the input, and really without really any sort of tangible benefits whatsoever. Mm-hmm. And we know that there's gaps and inequities in the system, and we're here to say that we want to be a better partner. We know that we have a responsibility to do better, and that is what that model contemplates, our new approach to projects and engagement.
I don't want to dwell too much on the past, but Jason, you've been in this business for a long time. I guess all of you have, really. So you've seen the evolution of this, but maybe it's just worthwhile to remind ourselves where we're coming from. If you look back 10, 15, 20 years, a lot of these things weren't happening, or not to the extent that they're happening now. Maybe you could just remind us where we're coming from, what you would have seen earlier in your career.
Yeah, I remember a lot of, I would say worries, I don't know, what's the right term? Difficult moments, let's say in developing projects where you'd work in a company and there'd be like, let's go develop this project and let's do it all by ourselves, right? It was sort of that kind of thing, and just work on that project. And then at the tail end was kind of, well, we got to start the duty to consult process, right? And honestly, it was like everyone was scared about it. They didn't know what was going to happen. It was just like, why are we doing it like this? This is ridiculous. Why are you starting the conversation at the end? Why don't we just do this right from the beginning? And so for me, the last 10 years has been like refreshing, just because we're just doing it from the beginning. Now we're like right at the beginning, talking about the opportunity and how much of the project does the community want to own, just working through all of all the decisions together and actually problem solving together. So when things are going wrong, you're together trying to figure out how to fix the problem and move to the next step. And then you get to the end where like, now this is the project we all want to move ahead with. And it's great. Like, it's a great feeling. So like the whole way through, it just seems like we were doing it backwards before.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that?
I completely agree. I couldn't agree more. And we would be brought in, Hydro One or other players, how it was done before, let's say 15 years, 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well, we are out of time. Actually, the timer's flowed over, but I don't want to end here talking about the past. I'll open this up to the group. So the situation that we have now, the system we have now, what do you think is the main? I'll leave this to you, Don. What's the next improvement that needs to be made to make these partnerships work even better?
Yeah, very good question. I think right now, for industry and in the province, there needs to be a stronger recognition of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and free, prior, and informed consent. And it's not something to be afraid of. Consent is entirely possible. It happens frequently. I heard a really good quote at a conference a year ago that, quote unquote, equity is the purest form of consent. I'm not sure that's exactly true, but it resonated with a lot of people in industry, that if you have First Nation rights holders with equity in a project as early as possible, literally at the table, making planning decisions, the likelihood of achieving consent from those First Nations in your project is extremely high because they're at the table from day one. I think what's needed is a recognition that is the reality, and not to be afraid of it, to look at this as a real opportunity to make better projects that can really enhance First Nation communities and the communities around them.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Jason, Don Simmer, thank you very much for coming up here, especially on short notice, as was often the case. Really appreciate it. We've got to get on to the next session, but thanks so much.
Very welcome.
Thank you. Don, thank you. Thanks, Gary. You take care.
Good job. Great job, Matthew. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, we had such a good time here. We're going to take a real quick breather, about 15 minutes. But because it's late in the afternoon, I need your help, okay? Again, I need to re-energize this room a little bit. It's just a little bit quiet, so... Oh, there we go. What was that? Ever sick. You guys can do better than that. We're going to take 15 minutes, but you guys got to play by the rules here. This guy already knows the rules. Right, Matthew? He's ready. We are going to do a Toronto clean power wave, okay? Can everybody wave? Man, you guys are good. Come on. Willow, wave. All right, we're going to do a wave. We're going to go this way. We're going to start from over there. We're going to go, woo! All right? Just like at the hockey game. And then we're going to come right back, all right? We're going to do that 4 times real fast. All right? Toronto Maple Leafs have just won the Stanley Cup. You guys never believe they're ever going to win, eh? Jeez. Come on, let's do a little bit better. Let's stand up, all right? And let's go, woo! All right, here we go. Wait. You don't do it like that. You got to, haven't you ever been to a hockey game? All right, here we go. Toronto Maple Leafs, Stanley Cup World Champions! Come on back, come on back! All right, this time we got to hear you. Let's try and get kicked out of this place, all right? All right, let's say, what are them Indians at again? One more time, here we go. Go, go, woo! Louder, 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 louder! All right, 15 minutes. Give yourselves a round of applause, and we invite you guys to come on back here in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes. So go get a coffee and come on back in 10 minutes. We have a beautiful speaker going to be joining us. So 10 minutes. Come on back right here. Miigwech. Hey. Bonjour. Bonjour, Kinawaya Mina. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We invite you to find your seat. I see a lot of good engagement going on, a lot of good visiting. It's a beautiful sight. You know, ladies and gentlemen, we're making up time here. You know, time is an investment. Time is a gift. And when you honor people with that time, I'm very honored that you've honored us to share that time with our next speaker here. So I'd like to welcome everybody back here and to talk about clean energy, Indigenous communities, all the good stuff. You know, this young lady, her color is in her clothing, but her smile. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Serene Fox. Let's give her a round of applause. Come on, let me hear it. Serene Fox.
Thank you so much. I was actually hoping for like walk-up music, but that clap was pretty good too. Thank you so much, Gary. Great job today. Ani, I'm Serene Fox. Bojo, Wabananongo, Kwayan, Desnakaz, Wabazation, Dodam, Anishinaabe, Kwayan, Dao, Bawatingan, Donjaba, Niso, Medalion. I'm delighted to be here. I am an activist, storyteller, filmmaker, and I sit on the board of directors for the Center for Biodiversity. And these conversations today really matter to me, so I'm really happy to be here. I'm very excited to be moderating this next discussion, and throughout the day, we have heard all about clean energy projects and how they can be structured for Indigenous participation and leadership. Reducing emissions, economic development, and job creation are all benefits that we've heard about. And beyond these benefits, there is a bigger picture when it comes to linkages between energy and healthy Indigenous communities. We have an excellent group of speakers to talk about this, and I'm really excited to introduce them. First, we have Jana Whale, Indigenous Research and Partnerships Lead with the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions. Jana holds a Bachelor of Natural Resources Sciences from Thompsons River University and a Master's in Sustainability from UBC Okanagan, where her work focuses on climate resilience in Indigenous communities. Please welcome Jana. Next, we have Margaret Foff, CEO of Aboriginal Housing Management Association. And Margaret has dedicated more than 30 years to advocating for Indigenous rights and advancing housing solutions for Indigenous peoples across Canada. Please welcome Margaret. And last but not least, we have Minor Chief Stephen Crowchild of Tsuut'ina Nation, and Stephen has played an integral role in the Tsuut'ina language revitalization efforts through his work with the Tsuut'ina Guana Institute, where he began working in 2012. Please welcome Stephen. Jana, you're right here. We're going to start off with you. You were part of a report called Beyond Sustainability, The Power of Indigenous Healthy Energy. What was the premise of this report and the main conclusion?
Yeah, so before my role with the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions, I worked at the Canadian Climate Institute, where we actually had a partnership with Indigenous Clean Energy. Through that partnership, we kind of scoped out this research based off of a scoping paper they did a couple of years ago, and basically the premise of the Healthy Energy Homes paper was to look at different ways of doing housing. So in Indigenous communities, we know that housing has not been very good historically. We know that housing is causing a lot of adverse health impacts. There are extremely high rates of things like tuberculosis in Indigenous communities. There are high rates of asthma, skin conditions, and all of these things that many studies have kind of attributed to poor quality housing. From that, despite being proved in the studies, our communities have been really saying this for much longer. So we have a history of knowing that our houses are making us sick. Essentially what the Healthy Energy Homes project kind of set out to do was figure out a new way of doing housing, or a better way of doing housing that was more aligned with community priorities, with clean energy, and kind of looking at housing more holistically, looking at how houses can be healthy spaces that help us practice culture and really kind of be whole people and whole beings in our spaces and places in our communities. So that was kind of the premise of the report, and from that, it's kind of one stage and kind of a larger process. The final report will be released in, I believe, June of 2025 next year. So that's kind of the building blocks kind of setting in place, the foundation for a larger report that will hopefully help to influence policy decisions.
Awesome. I will stay with you for the next question, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself if you wanted to. I jumped right in, so there you go.
Sure. Simgigat Sigidam Hana Gabawilsa, Ama Silkswa, Jana Whale Gitan Ni'i, Lu Amogodi and Gasam, Tonse Jana Dishni Kashon, Toronto Niwikin, Mr. High, Spiritwood and Meadow Lake, Monfami, Shinakashu, Charette, and Arkand. So my name is Jana Whale. I'm Gitsan from Gittimax First Nation on my dad's side. I'm also Cree Métis on my mother's side, as well as Irish from near Spiritwood and Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. And yeah, like I said, I previously worked for the Canadian Climate Institute, and now I'm working as the Indigenous Research and Partnerships lead at the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions. A bit of a mouthful, but I've been there for a month and a half now, and it's been great.
Well, congratulations on that new role. I'm glad I took that opportunity. That was important.
Thank you.
Staying with you for a moment, what contributes to unhealthy homes in Indigenous communities related to energy?
Yeah, that's a big question, but I think there's so many things that really contribute to unhealthy housing. I think, when we think about the home, building envelope is so important, and a lot of these houses that are built on reserve or in community are built very fast. We know that in a lot of communities there's not enough housing stock, so what happens is when communities get funding or when a provider comes in, they essentially try and build as many houses as possible for as cheap as possible. So what happens when you're doing stuff like that is basically the building envelope is often, incomplete or compromised, so you have higher degrees of moisture coming into the home. It's not able to retain heat the same way. You're losing energy efficiency, you're losing wellness. Also, since there's not enough housing stock, there's often overcrowding that happens in communities, which can lead to more adverse impacts from having just too many people in the home and creating more moisture. For example, in my community, if I wanted to move home, I live about 12 hours away right now from my home community. If I wanted to move home, I actually wouldn't be able to do that because the housing list is so long. So we just don't have enough housing in our community. During the COVID pandemic, when we were all told to, isolate in our homes and, stay at home and all of these kind of different mandates, in my family, there was people that were living 12 people to a 3-bedroom house. So in a lot of communities, the situation is very dire. And it's starting to have real impacts on our health. Like I talked about kind of answering the first question, we know that in all of these studies, we've known that for a long time. And as we start to find, these impacts in our houses, that kind of translates how we are able to show up in the world. That kind of carries with us into our work, into our school, into how we live our lives. So while this seems like a housing problem, it becomes a health problem, it becomes a work problem, it becomes an education problem. So really this is one piece of, you know, this big kind of overarching things that really does impact a lot of our daily lives.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Jana. And Margaret, this is resonating with you, I'm sure. You lead the Aboriginal Housing Management Association, and on an earlier call, you shared an example that illustrates the benefits of clean energies to Indigenous community health, well-being, cultural revitalization. It's the Old Crow Solar Farm. Can you explain a little bit more about that project?
Sure. Would you like me to introduce myself?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yes. You guys, Indigenous protocol, hold on. Stop the whole show. We should just go through everyone first and do that, and then we'll come back.
It's going to sound familiar because I'm neighbors to Jana here.
I like it.
But I'm just learning my own language, so I might not be as fluent, but I still have to read it too. Margaret Fo, Diwayu, Gispudwada, Dithegu, Nelk Ditan Zepka, Gispudwada, Ginak Geek, Diwilt Zogu, Simsianu. The Aboriginal Housing Management Association, Squamish, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, Diwilt Watku. So I said in the traditional language of my Tsimshian ancestors that my name is Margaret Fo, the killer whale is my clan, and the blackfish is the crest for our clan. I belong to the Ginak Geek tribe, which is people of the Hemlock between Terrace and Prince Rupert, and I'm Tsimshian, and I'm the CEO for the Aboriginal Housing Management Association, and our offices are located on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. Thank you for having me.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think we should do that first. Amazing.
Oh.
Yeah, and we'll pop back. We should just start this, sorry.
Okay, Sizin and Nana Itzada or Titana Hakuja is Clinata Gwennis Cleda Nanisha or Gwennis Cleda Hitze Gusna Hidzinisa. Good day, my name is Stephen Crowchild. I'm an elected minor chief, or AKA council member from Tsuut'ina Nation. For those who don't know where we're located, we're Calgary, Alberta is located directly next to us, not the other way around. I'm currently serving my second term on council, so I'm in my 5th year right now. And through my time on council, I've sat on, I currently chair our education board, also sit on the lands administration portfolio that deals with a lot of our land management, policy planning. I've spent time on the governance and administration portfolio, which is our legislative development, finance and treasury, police commission, fire. So kind of a lot of wide-ranging areas. Previous to that, I spent a lot of time working with our language and culture revitalization program. And it sounded like I need to update my bio. No, but yeah, really honored to be here today, and just wanted to thank the the traditional territory holders and everyone, all the prayers and work and everything that made this gathering happen today. See you, Gus.
Thank you. And thank you, Margaret, for such an important reminder and being a matriarch to just stop us and correct it. So they cut 5 minutes for me right before I go on. And I'm an Indigenous person with all this really important stuff we have to get through, so I'm sorry. I apologize to all of you watching too. Very important, and important for us to know the work that you're doing in the community. So I appreciate to recorrect that. And let's dive right back in, because I'm just like really honored to be here to have this conversation, and I want to have this time. So
yeah, for sure.
Can you tell us about the solar farm project and its impact?
Yeah, so it kind of carries on from some of the research studies that Jana talked about. My beautiful daughter shared with me this podcast a couple of years ago, and it was about Chief Dana Tizia Tram from the Old Crow Nation. And it's amazing to realize that we have so many powerful Indigenous leaders across this country, and it's often overlooked. We often don't talk about these innovators, these leaders. And so Chief Dana Tizia Tram fought against all levels of government, including some of his own community, when he went back home and he decided to try to help get the community off of the diesel fuel generator into solar panels, into solar power. And he was told by the federal government he can't do it, he was told by the provincial government he can't do it, he was told by his own local regional government he can't do it. I'm sure it had something to do with the location of it being up in the Yukon. Is there enough sun to even make it work? But he did. And not only did he make it work, he used this as an example to try to speak to the power of Indigenous leadership, where we often accept the status quo. We often accept what government tells us we can or cannot do, instead of taking the leadership role we think is the right decision. And it really speaks to the intersectionality of the use of clean energy, the health of our communities, and its impact on healthy homes. And so Chief Dana Tizia Tram did build a solar power to power the generator. No, he can't run it 365 days a year because they don't have enough sun. I think there's a time frame there, some of you from that territory may know, where you actually don't have any sun. But what they discovered after they installed the solar panels, that the amount of time that they were off of the diesel-powered generator was not only clean energy from the emissions, it was the sounds and the vibrations of the diesel-powered generator. So they ended up having sea life come back into their bay that hadn't been there for generations. They ended up having wildlife, birds, florals, things came back to the community that had been gone for a long, long time. And that leads to a healthier environment when you have your natural, native plants, native animals, and you get to actually live in a healthy environment. So it was not only pollution from emissions, but it's also, we don't think about the pollution of sound and the pollution of vibrations and how that impacts not only our wildlife, but our communities as well. But Chief Dana Tizia Tram really, really wanted to use this as an example and a real call to action when it comes to Indigenous leadership, to not accept that government says we can't do something in our own home territories. So I was really inspired by his leadership.
Yeah. Thank you for highlighting this idea of sound pollution too. I think it's one that we don't often, but so many of you know that when you get off the grid and you get on the land, that's one of the things you notice first. You're also really passionate about highlighting energy poverty. Can you tell me what that is and how it affects Indigenous housing and community?
The first time I actually heard about energy poverty, our organization was invited by our brothers and sisters in Australia to come over and share with them some of the work we are doing. The Aboriginal Housing Management Association is the first of its kind in Canada, but it was modeled largely after the Aboriginal Housing Office in New South Wales. And the founding concept being that as Indigenous peoples, we have the right to self-determination and we understand our communities better than any government ever could. And so when we were ramping up the evolution of our organization, we went to the Aboriginal Housing Office in New South Wales to talk about governance structures, models, relationships with government. And while we were there, they shared an interesting concept in Australia about what they called Operation Red back in that day. And it was the realization that even if the Australian Aboriginal people could afford their home, they often couldn't afford their utilities. And that resonates here for me with our experience in British Columbia, and I've seen it across Canada, where we have people that are struggling every day just to pay their rent. And then they have to make like Maslow's hierarchy of choices. They have to decide on if they're going to pay their heating bill. And if you think about the people that live in the north or in some of those wet and humid climates, and Jana talked about mold and unhealthy housing, a lot of that is also exacerbated by the way we've structured our housing systems and our housing policies that actually create this really impossible choice to say, will you pay your rent and keep a shelter, or will you pay your hydro and keep your house warm? And if your house gets cold, you end up creating a breeding ground for mold. And likewise, we've discovered through the heat dome that happened in British Columbia a number of years ago, we had over 600 people died in that heat dome, and largely related to inadequate housing. And a good percentage of those people that died were often Indigenous peoples as well. So there's a real connection and relationship that we often overlook. We silo housing into thinking it's just a shelter issue. But the reality is if we don't do it properly, we don't do it well, we often put our most vulnerable people in even unhealthier situations. And so energy poverty is a very real issue. And I'm just going to say one more thing to pick up on Jana's issue around the relationship between clean energy and healthy homes. You know, one of the things I've seen in British Columbia where any sector-led industry settles into the community is they bring man camps. And often the ripple out effect is increased sex trade, increased drugs, increased domestic violence, decrease in housing affordability. So my question has always been, and I've been saying this for probably 20 years now, why are we not collecting some sort of revenue off of these industries that is specifically targeted to a housing spectrum investment that mitigates those negative ripple out effects for our community? And it often impacts Indigenous women, girls, more than anything. So.
Thank you, Margaret. It's really important, everything that you highlighted. I'm going to move the conversation to Stephen. I know that Tsuut'ina Nation has a few clean energy projects, and can you highlight those?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. I think, before highlighting them, it's just really looking at the purpose and the why we're doing that work in the first place. And, I was very blessed to not only grow up on my nation with our elders and family, but also through the work with language and culture revitalization, spend, much more time with, diverse elders that I wouldn't, likely not have spent that much time with if I wasn't doing that work. And while we're on the land and while we're developing these different projects and programs and initiatives, we really seen the impacts that climate change was having on our traditional territories, traditional bodies of water that were used to being there, drying up, changes in animal behavior. And so that's really at the care for the earth and our future generations is really at the core of the work we're doing. And I also wanted to take a second to acknowledge the words of the National Chief this morning and the reminders that she made on, truth and reconciliation and bringing our children and babies home and all of that legacy with the residential school and intergenerational effects that, impact this work as well. And it's really connected. And so, part of this work is also healing the environment while we heal our communities. And so, that's just a bit of context there. I'm really fortunate to come from we're about 2,400 people, but we act like we're 200,000. But just based on the amount of work that we take on as a nation, and I was really blessed and fortunate to have past leadership and grandparents and parents who really early on took on that economic development pathway because most people know how chronically underfunded we are, and so there was a pretty good base established for us through economic development. And so just some of the projects wanted to highlight right now. And so they're all initiated through a mixture of we heard the word earlier, own source revenue. So that a lot of them were, we partnered in and paid our own money into these. Some of them were done through, you get a project grant announcement and you're scrambling to, develop a project quickly. And so right now we currently have, we have an adult upgrading facility where we provide high school upgrading for adults, and we installed 114 kilowatt solar on there. There's our community hall. We installed solar there that also powers we have our own peacemaking or court system, as well as a fire hall, so it provides energy to those. We started a huge retrofit of our Spirit Healing Lodge. It's a place where, a lot of that intergenerational healing can be done. We did a huge retrofit there as well as a solar project, and we just finished one at our middle school, as well as it's the school that I graduated from. And it was really cool to see a huge energy retrofit. One thing I'll say, I'm very proud to be an alumni of the Catalyst 2020 program, so shout out to Catalyst program through ICE. A lot of the times when you're thinking about renewable energy, you think of these great projects that bring in tons of money, like a solar or whatever have you. But one of the things that Catalyst really opened my eyes to was energy efficiency. And now every building I go into, I'm like, this is so it's so inefficient. And so that's something that we really focused on was retrofitting some of those older buildings. So we were able to retrofit our Chief Big Belly Middle School, which was previously the junior senior high school. And that was an amazing project. We've done different energy efficiency, retrofits to some of our housing as well, but we have so much to go. But the housing that we are building now, it's designed with energy efficiency in mind, kind of speaking to the specs. And we're not just going to try to put even though we're also in a situation where there's dire housing needs in our community, and a lot of citizens have no choice but to reside outside the community. We're still, there's a few housing strategies in play, but energy efficiency is really is critical to those and at the heart of those. We've also done rooftop solar on over 50 homes within the community. We've designed townhouses that are energy efficient. And, one of the things that I really encourage is planning, like really long-term strategic planning. Don't just think in fiscal years, don't think in election terms, think in generations and plan in generations. And that's something that with our community energy planning initiatives too, it's really trying to create that vision and define goals on how all these different initiatives interconnect and ultimately benefit the people. And there's many more I can speak to. One of the ones that we're initiating right now, we're just in the process of establishing hopefully a 34 megawatt project, and that one is ECDEV. And the whole goal of that one, we've heard some speaking about the socioeconomic gaps, and one of our goals is to utilize that project to provide free energy to all of our community. Like, someone has to pay for it, but we hope to, once that project's online, we want to set up a program for that to ultimately, offset people's energy bills, because the costs of living are so high right now, and people are, often having to choose between, basic essentials. And I like how you mentioned Maslow's hierarchy. He took that from the Blackfoot chick. But yeah, so that's just a few of the.
Just a few.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that planning and strategizing for generations. And thank you also first for lifting up the interconnectivity of this conversation. I think, Jana, Margaret, you've also connected us to, our ancestors, the ancestral trauma that exists there in our history, but also our babies, our women, the future exists within these conversations. You can't remove the land and the people from conversations of clean energy. And I think, Stephen, I'm curious, can you tell me about the awareness in all levels of government and policy about sort of this siloing that's happening in these conversations?
Whew.
Sorry.
No, it's a really great question. And I think fundamentally, I heard it as well earlier, they said Canada's relatively still young, like as a country, still young. And I often say that, the same way that our grandparents and parents, and my grandparents were all residential school survivors, and the same way that they were deprived of some of our beautiful teachings and histories and worldviews, mainstream society was also deprived of those as well. And I think we're in a time of relearning and teaching, and so, not to reinvent the wheel, but I think it all comes down to, that fundamental context of treaty and inherent rights. And legally Canada wouldn't exist without the treaties, and Canada didn't make those treaties. The treaties made Canada, and it's something there's tons of unfinished business that needs to, like, for generations, our grandparents, our parents have been passing down this information where, and now you're starting to really see it, I guess, blossom more, but there's still tons of work to be done. I just got to echo a lot of the comments that were made earlier by previous speakers on, ensuring that initiatives are community-led, ensuring that whether it's, if the government's designing a program for us, like, let us design our own programs. If if you have a nonprofit who's speaking for us in some world stage, let us speak for ourselves. Open those doors for us. It's not often that, I was just joking around that I came from, I just came from the res yesterday, and now I'm in this fancy building here. But they are worlds apart. There's so much building to be done, and I also need to, it's not all rosy as well. In our communities, we're facing, tons of crises, opioids, the different, like, suicide epidemics, and in my community as well, like, we've lost 6 people in this past month, and so that also impacts the work, and it's, everything seems to be so fast-paced, whether it's with government or organizations, but sometimes you need to, give that room to go at the flow of life, and that's something that I find challenging in these spaces is just that real fast-paced all the time when there are obligations we have to attend to, whether it's with our community or our families ceremonially, and it's just, I guess, external entities need to kind of support that and recognize that as well. And I think that just a really rights-based approach, community-led, nation-led, and one thing, I feel a little guilty about this as well, first I'll say, I was originally asked to come here and speak on a youth panel, but they said I'm too old now, so
I'm in the same boat.
I got officially retired from, I'm a retired youth now on my bio. But,
live bio updates here.
That's one thing I really, like, everyone who has access to young people or mentorship, like, everyone from our community should have brought a young person with us today to hear these discussions, to witness it. I think at the general Canadian population, it's like 20 Indigenous people under 25 is like 40%. In our community, it's close to 70. Wow. And so education, capacity building, supporting parenting programs, having child-friendly spaces. I love that there's babies in the room and young people.
Same question.
Just kind of a few of my ramblings for now.
I love it, because I think this is so important, and I know, Jen, you're gonna have comments as well. Let's talk about policy and the siloing and separation of culture and identity and lens from this conversation, I think, like, what is the impact here?
Yeah, 100%. Like, I think you pretty much just said it. Like, I think that the approach to the way that we do policy is not working. I think there's so many examples of that across, society. When we talk about all of these different issues, we're really talking about the same issues, that we're not seeing the interconnections within our social and ecological worlds. It's not the way that we were meant to live, and we've kind of found ourselves in this problem of climate change because we're failing to acknowledge those interconnections that naturally exist. So in terms of how we want to approach that moving forward, I think the first step is to acknowledge those interconnections. For this conversation, it's about looking at housing, but also looking at health and those impacts, and looking for opportunities where we can kind of see those synergies and how we want to change housing policy to better health outcomes in communities. A couple of weeks ago, the Canadian Climate Institute partnered with ICE had their Healthy Energy Homes gathering, and out of that gathering, they had a couple of key policy recommendations recommendations that, you know, participants were able to bring up. And the first one that people talked about was really flipping the format, which is basically, you know, historically, funders are like, well, what do you guys want? Like, what, you know, what are we don't really know what we're doing, but you guys come to us, you know, check all these boxes, jump through these hoops, and maybe we'll give you some money. But one of the things that came very strongly out of that conversation that was had was, we want you to come to us. We want you to meet us where we're at, and we want you to figure out how to work with us in a way that works for us and meets our values and our goals. So that is something that is super important and something that communities are asking for, because they are ready to lead these conversations. The second thing is training for communities. I think I've heard that a couple of times this morning already. It's something that ICE does really well in their kind of capacity building programs, but just increasing capacities within communities, giving people the tools to kind of have these conversations in ways that work for them. You know, I still fit into the youth bracket for a couple more years, but you know, just having those opportunities, like I've been so, fortunate enough to be, you know, included in a lot of these conversations. And I think Serena, a couple of conferences ago, because we all kind of go to a lot of these, she said something that really stuck with me is, you know, I've been invested into. And I think that's so important to remember. You know, we need to invest in our young people. We talk about investing, you know, money into our communities, but we also need to invest our time and invest in relationships. And that's just as important. You know, and the last one I'm going to talk about is just, you know, unlocking these synergies that exist. Like, we typically have budgets for health, we have budgets for housing, but we need to start looking at those almost together. We need to look at how we can leverage housing benefits and housing budgets to leverage our health that we're having. You know, our community where I am at, if you're unfamiliar with kind of northern BC, Gittimax is about 2 hours from the closest hospital. When we have poor housing, when you need to get treatment, you will rack up housing or travel costs to get to, you know, healthcare. So we need to start looking at it as a more holistic thing when we're talking about, you know, policies that deal with funding as well. That's really important, especially when communities are, you know, already having to spread their money fairly thin across different areas in their communities. Those are just a couple ideas.
Yeah, Miigwech, thank you. I want to give us another round before time. I know that, Margaret, you also have views on this. Policy definitely has a role to play here, and you mentioned that in the 90s there was better funding for energy projects, but that since has changed. What policies do we need to alleviate energy poverty and create healthier communities?
I mean, I think it's clear that the government has siloed housing out of everything else, despite the fact that through all the crises that we've all been enduring, BC was on fire multiple years over the past 5 years. COVID that, you know, affected us all, supply chain issues, heat domes, you know, the second wave of freezing that happened for us in British Columbia that killed a lot of our agriculture. The fact that housing is the panacea for almost everything, it's amazing that government is still stuck in wanting to keep, you know, policies and investments siloed to housing in isolation, when what we just heard from both of my panel colleagues here is that everything is actually interconnected. You know, infrastructure investments need to be made to recognize that if, you know, we just want to build units, but we don't build the infrastructure, we've done nothing to mitigate the ongoing vulnerability. And I'll give you an example. In British Columbia, we have the Highway of Tears, where lots of our women and girls have gone missing. And, you know, what I've discovered is the reality that a lot of that is related to the things Jana just talked about, the fact that our communities are isolated along that highway. And in order to access healthcare, or if your child has been apprehended in Smithers, let's say, and they move your child to Hazelton, well, on a map that looks like it's only a 1-inch trip. But the truth is, if you don't have adequate transportation, you're going to be hitchhiking, or you're going to be begging for a ride to just meet your reunification requirements. And government doesn't look at that when they think about the crises that they're saying is existing. The fact that everything is connected, infrastructure is connected, housing's connected, clean energy is connected, healthy homes are connected, proper policies on child welfare are interconnected. In the 1990s, our housing policies actually had funding that included deep core funding subsidies to offset utilities. every government since 1990, well, since devolution, has stepped further and further away from understanding what true affordable housing really is. And so now we deem affordable housing to be 90% of the market rent. Well, the market rent right now is ridiculous. So, I mean, it's totally off the scale. But they don't think about that energy poverty piece. They don't think about the lack of infrastructure creating additional costs for families to be healthy. And so we need to see a government that, at all levels, that is thinking about investments into the community housing sector-led initiatives, because we've been able to demonstrate that we understand what's happening in our communities better than any government can, and that if you make these investments, we return almost 300% return on investment. For every dollar spent in Indigenous-led housing, we're returning over 280% directly back to every community that we've worked in. So there needs to be that recognition. Yeah. Thank you.
I wasn't trying to cut you off. I wanted them to clap for you. Okay, Stephen, just because we're short for time here, these gaps largely fall on the federal government, and thank you, Margaret and Jana, for lifting them up. Let's talk quickly about what can happen on a federal level that addresses this issue and frankly, Indigenous rights in these issues.
Oh, gee.
Spill the water.
Got me talking about the government, made me spill my water.
Sorry.
As a First Nations leader, that's a tough question because, you know, knowing that there's outstanding business like the NRTA, knowing that this country was built off of the resources extracted from our territories, like knowing that history and seeing still in all areas, everything is siloed. We have to argue for money and health, argue for adequate funding in education, argue for adequate funding in housing, and let alone infrastructure to service those housing. And so there's a few things I'd say honor the treaties to the original spirit and intent of them, and you know, that redistribute some of that wealth to these communities. I'd say look at treaty-based funding and, you know, funding those treaty promises according to the spirit and intent. And one of the things that I guess adhere to our policy and our legislation sometimes as well, because, you know, we also come from a people that are very, you know, I don't want to say policy oriented, but we had protocol and we had natural law, and a lot of our policy, you know, it wasn't written, and it was found within the ways we interact with each other and our customs. It was found within our ceremonial ways and our prayers. It was found in our songs on the land. You know, and that's why these projects are more successful, because they're coming from that Indigenous policy, you know, practice, as well as, you know, this Western, and that's why you do see better results, because, you know, there's spirit attached to it as well. And that's something, so in terms of the federal government, like yeah, it's just honor that nation-to-nation relationship, meet nations where they're at. Some are more, you know, like might have more capacity right now to carry out some of these more complex projects, but I'd say meet where they're at and, you know, really honor this reconciliation journey and give us space to do and support for our community healing, you know, which a lot of these projects are a catalyst for that healing. And so that's, yeah, in a nutshell, I guess that would be the message, and yeah, just honor the treaties, damn it. Jokes.
Just leave it there. You know, we are done for time, but I promised I would let each panelist, I just want you to, just throw it to you. I think through this panel, we've focused so much on healthy housing, energy and communities, cultural and language revitalization, and reducing reliance on fuels such as diesel, which is a huge part of this, and so is economic development. Good education, clean water, and safe homes. Just very briefly, and we'll call it quits, what is your hope for the future? What is that one thing that continues to give you hope that you're working towards that, or maybe is the dream for communities in the future?
Me first?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. I think when I think about the future, I just think about, you know, these spaces that I want to exist in, and a lot of the times I think about culture, I think about youth, I think about elders, I think about, being healthy. And I think it's creating those opportunities for those things to happen. I think through policy change, through, different projects and different opportunities, I think that's where we're going to find a lot of success. Like I think about, in my community, we had an old skating rink for a lot of years that wasn't really serving anybody, and we would go there and use it because we're 2 hours away from town, and what is there to do? But we got a couple of years ago, there was a proposal to get a new rec center, and we got it, and they built it with so much pride in our community that we have this rec center, and we've had artists come in and paint, different community members doing different things, and it's beautiful. And now that center is a place of connection. It's a place of coming together and being able to spend good time together, just through the investment of that one place, just changing that one thing. It's created so many opportunities for, they run youth programs now. We have basketball leagues, which we never had really before in any meaningful way. And I think that I just want to see more growth like that. And that's what makes sense for us. That's what makes sense for my community. But I want to see whatever that looks like in every community. I want, communities to find what works for them and really go for it, and have the support from, governments and all of these people just to back that and trust that process.
Good, Jenna.
I guess for me, I think about the power of the collective voice, and when I think about a quote that's been reoccurring for me, and, I hate AI, because somehow now Albert Einstein is appearing on all my social feeds, but his quote is that the world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything. And so my call would be a call to action, and that is to use our collective voices, to speak with one voice, with one heart. A lot of our communities talk about that, one heart, one home, one mind kind of a sentiment. When we speak as one, I have seen the ability of our communities to move national policy, to move national investments. And so if I could finish with one thing, it would be to ask each and every one of you, especially private investors out there, to stand with us and ask government to make the meaningful investments in the housing center, because without healthy housing, we can't work, we can't take care of our health, we can't take care of our children, we can't take care of our elders. So if we're not standing together and asking for Indigenous-led investments into housing, we can't help our communities achieve anything. So thank you.
Well, just back to the initial opening on the why we do this work, and I think that for hope for what I want to see for the future in my community. We're all interconnected, and what happens in the global south also impacts us, and what happens up here impacts down there, and we are really interconnected. And as Tsuut'ina, we're not operating on our own little island independent of the world. Like, what happens around us really impacts us, and what I would like to see is climate change being treated like the emergency that it is, and being acted on with the urgency that it deserves and requires, because without drinking water and without inhabitable land, there's really nothing that we're leaving for our children. And so that's something I'd like to see, more hope in that sense, more solid action. I know if I had a hat on, I would take it off to all of you in this room. Just being here is part of that urgency. And so I guess in the future, just want to see happy, healthy, thriving children and babies who know who they are with their language and culture and their land and history. I would like to be able to, have future leaders not have to explain the difference between a rights holder and stakeholder in rooms. I would like to see, again, our treaties honored to their original spirit and intent, because that's really, that there's spirit to that. And when we don't honor those agreements, you really see the outcomes, and So yeah, just want to see a more brighter outlook in terms of climate change and in the future. So.
Miigwech, Stephen, Margaret, Jana, can I have a huge round of applause for our panelists? I took those 5 minutes back, so now we just have to go. I'm sorry. I didn't have prior consent. Miigwech to all of you for listening.
Okay, thank you for that, Serene. Hi everyone, my name is Sierra Bine. I'm an editor at the Globe and Mail, and I'm the writer of the Globe and Mail's climate newsletter. We're actually in now our 4th year of the newsletter running, which can feel long to people in the newsroom, but when you look around at the issues we're talking about today, it's not that long, actually. It's been really nice for the time I've been at the Globe to see our coverage shift and evolve to be more focused on people and land and solutions. We recently introduced a water reporter, so more stories to come, and you should keep an eye on what's coming from our team in the coming year. But I am excited to introduce you today, and I'm very honored to moderate this discussion for day 2 of the gathering, especially for such a great speaker. I have Melina Labukan Massimo. She's from Labukan Cree, and she was born in her community of Little Buffalo, Treaty 8 territory in northern Alberta. She's worked on social, environmental, and climate justice issues for 20 years. She's the founder and executive director of Sacred Earth Solar. Melina is a co-founder of Indigenous Climate Action and was the inaugural Indigenous Fellow at the David Suzuki Foundation. Also, her research there focused on climate change, Indigenous knowledge, renewable energy. She's also the host of a TV series called Power to the People, which profiles renewable energy in Indigenous communities across the country. So, welcome to the stage, Melina.
Thank you. Hello, hi. Hey. Can you hear me okay? Hi, everyone.
So, Melina, I'm going to start by asking you about Sacred Earth Solar because it's such a great story, and it's actually how we first met through the climate newsletter and me learning about what you do. This is our first time meeting in person, but we've talked over the phone, and I've profiled her in the newsletter before. So, yeah, why don't you kick us off with a bit of that?
Well, first introduce myself in my language. Tanse, Kwakia, Nia Melina Miowapan, Labukan Massimo, Nia Nihiao, Kinaskumtanawao. Such a privilege and honor to be here with you all, be in community, and be here in Takaranto. And thank you so much for having me, Globe and Mail and Indigenous Clean Energy. It's just really nice to be here with all of the people that I know and new people, new faces, and so this community growing. So I'm just excited, first of all, just to be here in this community today. So. Awesome. For Sacred Earth, my journey as a climate and energy campaigner started a long time ago, actually at the age of 7. I wouldn't say I would call myself a climate and energy campaigner, but I don't know if anybody was, I know there's some people that were alive in 1988 here, and then some people that were not alive in 1988 here, but I was 7, so I was alive. But I was actually on a international blockade and a protest with my family, my community, Cookum's elders. There was a big kind of influx of impact into, I'm from northern Alberta, so my community is Little Buffalo. If anybody, who's been to the Peace Country, I guess, Peace River? Woohoo, yes, okay, thank you for that clap. I'm from the Peace River, and so being from an impacted community where growing up, I saw the impact kind of happening all around me, and so I was able to go out in the horse and wagon with my Kukum and Musa, my grandparents, from a very young age and see just the beauty that is the boreal forest and the northern lungs of Mother Earth, and just that beauty inspired me to start doing this work. And then I barely even have memories of the blockade because it was, I think, so traumatic for our family and our people and our community, and still has rippling effects. And so as I started growing up and seeing, driving home and going back to the city and then going to school and then coming back home, I just started seeing the impact more and more and more. And so that's what spurred me into wanting to do. I did my first degree at the University of Alberta, and then I went to the University of, actually here in York University, did studies in master's in environmental studies, and then my mom got cancer, and she was flying in and out of the tar sands as a psychologist. And so I went home to work and just study more about what was happening. And that is really the basis of why Sacred Earth Solar exists, or Sacred Earth as we call it for short, because it comes from that understanding that what we're doing right now is not sustainable. And that not only that, but it's impacting communities so immensely that a lot of people in our communities have cancer and are dying, and the water and the air is being impacted. So we had a massive oil spill back home in my home community, and I was working full-time as a climate and energy campaigner. This was in 2011 at Greenpeace Canada, and I realized I could talk so much about the issues and kind of try to raise the alarm bell, but I couldn't stop my family from being poisoned in front of my very eyes. There was like so much fumes that were coming from this oil spill and noxious gases where people couldn't breathe, their eyes were burning, they had to shut down the community school. And it was probably one of the first most traumatic experiences of my life, kind of trying to be there on the ground, first responding, trying to take photos and fly over and take those impacts. And that actually is the basis and the birth of Sacred Earth, because it's from that understanding that we need to build the yes to the no. We need to build what we want to see in the world. We need to build those climate solutions that are Indigenous-led, from Indigenous values, from Indigenous communities. I just got cut off. You just cut me off? Was that too political? Just joking. Having that grounding, maybe it's just the mic. Oh no. It might be my mic. They put a microphone, like a magnet microphone on me, and I think it's too fancy.
Oh, we're going
old school?
Yes. Thank you.
So that was basically the genesis of the reason why I wanted to start Sacred Earth, is because wanting to build those solutions into the community. And so it was 2011, and so 2012 I actually went back to do my master's and started writing a thesis on how I wanted to start building solar in Alberta, which in an Indigenous community I had not had the privilege of seeing at the time. And so kind of went back to do my master's in governance and energy transition, and from there started mapping out how to build a project in my home community. And it was called Pitapan, which means like the new dawn, new era, because it was the first time ever in the heart of the tar sands, in one of the many Indigenous communities that are impacted, where we were making the decision of what we wanted to see in our community, that we were making the decision that we wanted to build this project. We fundraised for it ourselves. There wasn't actually government funding at the time for it. We didn't take corporate funding for it. So it was a whole process. It took a number of years, and that was the basis, the genesis of Sacred Earth, is the Pitapan project.
And I know we'll talk a bit more about education and a bit more about some of the work you've done later in the conversation, but you've since developed other renewable energy projects, and earlier, even just before our session, we heard about these links between clean energy and healing in Indigenous communities. Could you maybe share a bit about some of the work that you've done focused on community healing?
Sure. I heard another speaker earlier today say that it's not just about reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, and I think you will ask any Indigenous person in this room that it isn't just about reducing GHGs, it is about protecting Mother Earth, but it's also about restoring our relationship with the land, restoring our relationship with who we are as Indigenous peoples, and a lot of that has been, unfortunately, cut off at the knees in the past, where Indigenous peoples didn't have that authority because it was illegal, and up until the 1960s, and so that's a big part of bringing back the healing, because our languages were illegal, our ceremonies were illegal, our way of being was illegal, and so restoring that connection to the land is just as fundamental and just as important as
addressing the climate crisis, because those two go hand in hand. Indigenous knowledge is going to be really the one that saves us. And I think, you know, I always say to people when if it really hits the fan, I'm going home and I'm going to be with my dad, because he knows how to live off the land. He was hidden from residential schools, and that's not funny, but he was hidden from residential schools because my kokimimus and my grandparents, they realized how, all my aunts and uncles that were in residential schools, they realized how horrible and detrimental they were. So my dad was hidden for the first 10 years of his life. And so he knows how to live off the land. He's known how to make a fire since like age 5, you know? So I think that critical knowledge is so important to us, to that. And so that's a part of bringing back the healing and our ceremonies and our language and our songs and our drumming and our dancing and the joy and all of that heals our nervous systems from trauma. And, you know, our people were so wise. They knew about these things, you know, before the last ice age, these ceremonies that have existed for so long, and those so healing. And so communities have come up to us and have asked us, can you solarize this healing lodge? Can you solarize this language revitalization camp? Can you help us solarize a longhouse? Sour Springs Longhouse. I know the ice catalysts were there earlier this week, so they got to see, see one of the solarizations of Sacred Earth. And so it's such an important part of who we are as Indigenous peoples, is that to empower our young people and also empower all the people that want to really heal. And I think that our people don't necessarily always have access to healing spaces if they live in the city, if they are disconnected from their community. So how do we bring about more healing spaces? So a part of that was working and partnering with other organizations like No More Silence, who does a strawberry ceremony here in downtown Toronto every February for murdered and missing Indigenous relatives. And so we've helped solarize a healing lodge that was an accessible disability justice lodge that allowed for people to come in and be welcomed into ceremony. So it's about solarization, but it's also about healing. And, you know, beyond just Sacred Earth, your advocacy and your Indigenous rights background and the clean energy background has taken you down so many other paths. I'd love to hear a bit more about your background. I mean, we mentioned earlier the Indigenous Climate Action, the David Suzuki Foundation. Like, maybe you can talk a bit about your experiences there. Yeah, I definitely, this is the thing I love about ICE too, is that being able to see Indigenous-led organizations come to fruition. Growing up, I was able to be in Indigenous-led media organizations. I worked at the Indigenous Media Arts Group, Redwire Media. This was like 20 years ago, but there was an Indigenous-led climate organizations, and I really wanted to work in one of those. And they didn't exist at the time, so we had to create them. And so I think that we saw around like 2015, 16, the starting of Indigenous Clean Energy, but also I helped with starting another organization called Indigenous Climate Action with 4 women that were from Alberta. And then also Sacred Earth started around the same time. So, and I think for me, it's just about ensuring that our young people can work in organizations where they see their values reflected back at them, their people reflected back at them, that they can work with people from community that understand the needs of their community. And so we actually implement a lot of having ceremonial days or moontime days, different things that culturally I think speak to what I wish I would have had access to like 15 years ago, starting in this work. And so that's what I would hope that Indigenous Climate Action and Sacred Earth is for other young people. I'm gonna jump off from that point because before coming here, we talked a bit about how it's a different time for the climate movement now compared to when you would have started. Like there's, it's different for understanding climate change. It's different for recognizing Indigenous rights. Could you maybe talk a bit about the earlier days? You know, I know you talked about being at Greenpeace and how, you know, there was a time where Indigenous leaders weren't really being listened to in like the climate movement. Yeah, I worked a lot with the also Indigenous Environmental Network, which was an international network, and so we did a lot of international and national and local campaigning around UNDRIP. You know, UNDRIP at the time had just been passed, and then pushing
for FPIC, to free, prior, and informed consent, to be respected and heard. And it was such a new, novel idea because it was just literally signed in 2006 and 2007. And so was when we were bringing it to banks and bringing it to investors and bringing it to companies, they were like, what? Like what is UNDRIP, what is FPIC? And so it took a lot of push, not just from us in the environmental climate movement, but all Indigenous peoples across the UN system, and then also across like anyone that was pushing Indigenous rights-based frameworks. And I think that was something that was new at the time in the environmental and climate movement, but now it's kind of like, it's like a thing that people do now know and respect, but I wouldn't necessarily say we've gotten to the place where the adoption and or respect for communities on the ground, when I think all of us have been in consultation meetings where it doesn't feel very good and we don't feel like FPIC is being respected. And when I go back to my home community, that definitely feels like the case sometimes when certain companies are coming into our homelands and not necessarily respecting the free, prior, and informed consent of our communities.
Something you touched on earlier was education and awareness, and throughout today and yesterday, there's been discussions about capacity building around energy in these communities and how to cultivate the next generation of energy leaders. Could you explain a little bit more your path of education? You mentioned earlier like your master's, and but yeah, if you could like walk us through a little bit more of it.
I finished high school when I was 16, so I started out pretty young, and then I went into the University of Alberta for my first degree, and this was over 20 years ago, and it was a hard place to be. I think a lot of Indigenous peoples can kind of identify sometimes how isolating it was. I was one out of 1,000 Indigenous students out of 30,000 students at the time, so it was a very invisibilized place, and I really admired what I've seen at the U of A now, where there is more visibility even, but at the time it was a very invisibilized kind of experience. And then from there I was like, okay, I don't want to go back there. I want to go to places where I feel like my values and my experience will be a bit more understood, and so that's why I was looking for environmental focused master's programs, but they were really hard to find even back then. The MES program at the York University, shout out to them, was like one of the few that I could find in the country. This was in 2008-9, and so I went into that program, but couldn't finish it because my mom was ill and wanted to be home with her in Alberta, and so switched over, and that at University of Victoria is where I finished my master's, and that's where I did my thesis on energy transition and governance.
Great. We talked about the lack of attention to climate change and Indigenous rights, and we've made progress since government, industries, business are paying more attention to the energy shift and climate change, but that progress isn't always linear. And one example is Alberta. They're experiencing these changes to their clean energy policy. Could you talk a little bit on what we're seeing happening in Alberta and a bit about what that means?
Yeah, I've written some notes just because I want to get all the stats right that I was looking up the other day. Because being from Alberta, it's a hard thing, You're from like little Texas of the country. And when you think the things that I do, sometimes people aren't very happy about that, but that's okay. I think Indigenous peoples, what we've seen has been a little bit disappointing, I'd say more than disappointing, on the Alberta moratorium. And who's heard of the Alberta moratorium? And yeah, okay, so yeah, so that's not even that much actually in the room. I thought there would be more people that. So last year, or in 2023, there was a moratorium. So back up to this, there was actually a great deal of investment going into Alberta. It was actually pretty amazing what was happening in Alberta. It was like, yes, for the first time. Sorry, it's actually very heartbreaking to talk about this, but so there was a moratorium, and out of the 118 new solar, wind, hydro, biomass, and geothermal projects that were put on pause from the 7-month moratorium that was put in place, over 53 projects have already been canceled, and this was a stat from the earliest I could find was August, so a year later. That's 44% of renewable energy projects that have been canceled in Alberta. And that represents more than 8,600 megawatts of power generating capacity. And just so folks know, before this, so previous to this, when there was some renewable energy policy in the province, just like the person that was sitting here before me was talking about how important policy is, previous to that, I sat on the Indigenous Electrical Technical Working Group with the Notley government advising on the renewable energy program, and there was many communities that did that during that time. And so there was good policy that was put in. So before the moratorium, between 2019 and 2023, investments were booming in Alberta because of this policy. This was creating enough, this has actually drawn $5 billion worth of investment into the province, creating close to over 5,500 jobs in the province. But when the moratorium was announced, the total investment supporting the project that were estimated, the projects that were actually coming in there and that were actually in the queue were estimated to be over $33 billion worth of renewable energy projects that were set to come into Alberta. And this is actually also additionally for local communities, $263 million per year of revenue from municipal taxes and land leases spanning over 27 municipalities across the province. So that's how much money could have went into Alberta. But when this moratorium happened, things shut down. And it also would have happened for the planning, development, construction of these projects would have generated 24,000 full-time job years like in Alberta. Like to have 24,000 jobs of renewable energy in Alberta, like to say that in the past, I wouldn't have believed you. Do you know what I mean? And the fact that this moratorium just basically became a job killer and decreased that much renewable energy has been really, really sad. So basically what's happened now is renewable energy has dropped from 2023, 1,000 megawatts to 50 megawatts, 50 megawatts this year. That's all we've been able to put in now in Alberta because of the moratorium. So this is really sad because this doesn't, this leaves families without jobs, communities without projects, communities without revenue, municipalities without tax revenue. And also, just to give a really concrete example of this, is that a family friend that works in Alberta, and is from Alberta, it's Indigenous, she worked at Capital Power. And just this year, this past month, was laid off with 135 other employees at Capital Power because Capital Power, when I looked into the stats, they had 3 projects on the queue. And now these communities, these families are out of jobs, out of the investment. So I just would have to say that this is the exact opposite of the type of climate action that we need to see in the world right now, because I believe that, unfortunately, this policy was reckless and it's going to be detrimental to the impacts of all people living in Alberta, across the world, and around this country. So I just wanted to say that, but yeah. That doesn't make me happy to say that. It makes me actually really sad and upset. But
The clock tells me I should be wrapping up, but I don't want to end it there. I feel like we can't leave this stage without you telling us a little bit about Just Transition, but I'll smush it into my last question as well, which is, could you tell us a bit about the Just Transition Guide and what it's, looking to accomplish and what makes you optimistic looking forward?
Well, yeah, let's end it on a good note. Yeah. Just Transition is, as we know, a word that's being utilized more, but we just released a Just Transition Guide that was 180 pages of 10 years of research that started with my master's thesis, but I brought in a lot of other amazing authors, engineers, people that wanted to contribute to a guide that we could give to communities and people could read and learn about grid systems, learn about my master's thesis is in there, how to build a project, about different types of renewable energy, the good, the bad, and the ugly of renewables, critical minerals. Having a justice analysis, I think, is so important for all of us to have as we're moving forward, because I feel like if we continue to bring the impacts that we've seen in the previous fossil fuel era that a lot of our communities are shouldering, and have that burden on literally within our bodies into a new energy system, I don't think we're any better off. And so I think it's really about how do we bring this energy system, this new energy transition through to a place that has justice. That is deeply, embedded in values of who we are as Indigenous people. So that's what the Just Transition Guide, you can download it for free online. And also it's has examples of community wisdom that I had the privilege of visiting across this beautiful country, Turtle Island. And it's called, in a TV show that's called Power to the People. So if you're feeling really sad on certain days, because I think we need to be honest about the climate crisis, right? And the fact that a lot of us do, I know I do, daily feel climate despair, right? We're seeing what's happening in real time, online, in the media, on social media of like floods, heat waves, fires all around the world, right? And so I think sometimes it's good to put that phone away and then, look at something that does inspire you. And so if you want to watch Power to the People, that is definitely was the point of making that. It took us 3 years to film and produce, and we went to 26 locations across the country, and we interviewed people that are doing the transition now. So if you want some like real-time examples, and I think it's really about Indigenous peoples, they know what the problems are in their communities, so therefore we know what the solutions are. And so that we really wanted to profile those types of stories where we're talking about how do we bring about that healing in. And so we talk about eco-housing, we talk about food security, we talk about renewable energy as well. And so these are the types of stories that I think really bring inspiration in like really days of despair. And so if you want to watch it, you can watch it on the Weather Network, the Knowledge Network, and APTN. So it's kind of like another gift and another offering for resources and the capacity building that we need to see in our communities.
And I think we need more of that now. But we do have to leave it there. I'm glad we squeezed that one in. Thank you for indulging us in your time. And thank you on behalf of the Globe and Mail, Indigenous Clean Energy, and biggest thank you to you, Melina, for traveling all the way out here and sharing a piece of yourself with all of us. But we're going to hand it back off to Gary now, so thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, great, powerful messages. I'd like to say miigwech for their knowledge, and miigwech to the panel of participants for also sharing their messages here today. The reminders of ceremony, land, identity, and all the good stuff. Listening to the people. Everything that we do is for the people. Let's give each and every one of them a great big round of applause. Awesome. What an awesome way to wrap up our day with those messages from Melina, Sierra. To remind us of all the things in the work that we do. And also to acknowledge those past workers that have been a part of this. One of my friends here came and reminded me in 2020, there was a young lady, Rosa Brown. She was a catalyst. She was a part of that. She couldn't be here also, but if you know Rosa, let's give Rosa a big round of applause. Is that her? Oh, there's Rosa right there. Stand up, Rosa. There's Rosa. Give her a round. Keep standing, Rosa. There you go. Miigwech for your work. Miigwech. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, as we began with ceremony, to acknowledge creation, to acknowledge the traditional lands that we're on, to acknowledge those prayers, we're going to turn it back over to Daniel here to, conclude our day here in that good way. Daniel Secord.
Ani Bojo, Sinene and Dishtakas, Bisagan Dow, Nishnabin Dow. I'd like to say thank you to everyone, Miigwech, Kinewea. And for our closing today, we'd like to have you guys possibly return tomorrow and be with us again for tomorrow. Bijina go wabang. Boachwe wog minawa. To come and visit us again tomorrow. I would say thank you very much from the Mississaugas of Credit First Nation. I didn't want to say too much. I just wanted to start to bring out our singers and our drum to end our day with some closing songs and to say miigwech again. From the Mississaugas of Credit First Nation, thank you. Miigwech.
Beautiful singing. Let's give them another round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, at 6:30 tonight, we are in for a treat. We're going to be having another networking event. It's going to be featuring the world-renowned composer, singer, Jeremy Dutcher. I want to see each and every one of you here for that, to show your support, to show your love. You know, music brings us together. You know, last night we got that chance to celebrate and visit. So tonight, I want to see you guys all dolled up and come on over at 6:30 right here. All right? Does that sound good? Are you going to be here? Are you going to be here? Yeah? I believe you. I better see you here. If you don't show up, you owe me $5. So in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wish you guys, a moment to go rest, because we need to decorate this place for you people. We need to make this nice and pretty and fancy for you people, so get out. You know, ladies and gentlemen, also, to our participants that are online, everybody turn around towards the cameras there. Turn around. Wave at the cameras there as he's going around. You know, let's acknowledge those people. They are also helpers, and we say miigwech for them joining us all day, the last couple of days. Tomorrow we're going to have a good time. We have a lot more presenters. So give yourselves a round of applause for your patience, your energy, your love, your compassion for what you do. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now concluded for the day. We'll see you this evening at 6:30. Miigwech, miigwech.